Oh,
we are winners.
Yes,
we are winners.
That is how we do it. We're all in. Pot of the tournament for me.
Heart rate is the maximum.
Oh my god, what a terrible thing. Triple knockout, 1, 2, 3, man.
This is huge. This is big.
What a pot! Bang, bang, bang! Get out of here.
Called me a ragfish.
Come on, this guy can't win every all-in versus me. He can't.
What have I done?
Poker players. We're degenerates. Born that way. That's who we are.
We could have a family all in here.
Here we go. 6-way all-in.
And that's a nice flop for Kevin Martin, arguably the two best players.
Oh, he showed a king, Chad. Oh, all the aces are dead.
They must have aces.
Oh, the pain, bro. Let's go. $112. That is a $3,000 river card right there.
Boom. I am awesome at this game.
I hate this game.
My heart's racing now. It's $2,500, man. Holy shit.
No.
Is that too greedy to ask for another 4?
What the actual fuck is this?
Oh, what a sexy card.
It happened. It's possible. I won a tournament on the GG network. Holy shit.
Nice fold. Nice fold.
There's no words to describe it, bro. There's no words to describe it.
Hey. What's up, everybody? Hello. What's up, boys and girls? Hello, hello, hello. Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm live. No poker today. I know it might not be the most popular decision. Well, we're playing poker. We're just gonna study our balls off, basically. We've been playing poker. Things have been going well, but there's a lot of things I want to look at. So I'm going deep in the lab today. How should we set this up? I'm going deep in the lab today. So yeah, I'm not playing poker today, but I'm just going to do a ton of study. I'm also making some videos for Run At Once, so I'm going to be prepping some of that, but you can probably see some of my thought process. But yeah, I just kind of want to zone in and do a bunch of lab work. All right. Should be pretty good. If you want to study, there's going to be lots of good, valuable stuff here. you want to come back on a future stream, also understandable. Okay. So basically, these are the subjects I'm going to really dive into. So I've been making videos for Run At Once for a while. What's up, everybody? No games tonight. Those games. Let's hit the lab. Let's hit the lab. So yeah, this if you want to study poker, this shit's going to be very, very, very valuable. But I'm just feeling like for WSOP, I've been playing a bunch lately. I really want to dive deep into this, into these subjects. And like how I approach this is in a very humble way, in that like the universe of poker, it's deeply connected. It's all connected, man. All the numbers are connected, all the ideas, all the strategies. And we have a very cool opportunity to look deep into it, look into the ecosystem, and pick some things apart. So if you haven't watched my videos on Run At Once, they got a lot of hype, man. They got a lot of hype. What's up, everybody? So these are my videos on Run At Once. I haven't posted for over a year. For a year. But the whole idea behind these, that I made these, was that I want to take really hard concepts and teach them to you like you're 5 years old. You ever heard that saying, explain like I'm 5? So these poker concepts are really hard to learn, and they weren't intuitive for me, but after many, many hours and coaching and looking into things, I kind of figured them out. But now I want to teach them in very easy to understand ways. So I've published 3 videos, and they got a lot of love, man. They got a lot of love, a lot of positive feedback. So I want to keep this series going. But so right now I'm going to talk about ICM, and how I approach this is we're going to look at a bunch of shit. We're going to look at a bunch of ICM concepts. I'm going to explain it, talk to it, and we're going to create a PowerPoint. ICM. Yeah, this is what I've created so far. It's not done though. ICM is a wild, 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 wild subject. So yeah, I'm going to pay attention to chat and say what's up, but also I'm going to kind of lock in and get into a state of flow, and really, this is kind of for me as well. I really want to dive into these ideas before WSOP. You know, I'm not going to have much chance to study in June and July. Nice. Some people like this. Okay, what's up? What's up? What's up? No delay today. No delay today. ICM. What is it? Let's play a toy game, basically. Let's play a toy game. Everyone put on your thinking caps. How should I show this? Might be a little too small. What up, 3-piece meal? What up, Tom? What up, Carrot? Can you guys see this? So let's put on a... This is a toy game scenario. All right. You're in a cash game with 10 big blinds. Now, this would be a pretty silly cash game. Everybody has 10 bigs. I wouldn't want to play this cash game, and I would probably leave. But this is a cash game. So you're sitting on $1,000 and you're in the big blind for 100. It folds to the small blind, and the small blind goes all in. And it's on you. We can call or fold. Let's consider all the options. Let's go through all the options. Well, we can fold. That's definitely an option. What happens when we fold? If we fold, we continue on with $900 and we go into the small blind. Pretty obvious. The fun option is we call and win. Yay! We would win the entire pot and our stack would be worth $2,000. Double up. Sweet. We would call and lose. We would bust. We would be left with $0. That's it. Those are the three options. Now, what range of hands would you potentially call with in this toy game scenario? In a cash game? Well, considering those are the options, let me guess. Just off the top of my head, I did this a long time ago. I'm not going to fold a suited ace. I'm not going to fold a good suited Broadway. I'm not going to fold these. Let's start with there. They shove 10 bigs. I'm going to call every ace. I'm going to call every Broadway. King 7 off plus seems right. Maybe King 3. Something like this. Anything wider than that, we're getting sus. Seems about right. And you can see that's about 35% of hands. That would be my guess off the top of my head. This is the actual answer. I ran this through a simulation. If this was a cash game, we're playing purely for chips. This is what we should call. So I tried to recreate it here. Pretty close. I missed King 7. I missed King 6. I nailed the suited kings. Queen 7's a little wide. And we're a little too wide here. But not too bad. Not too bad. This would be our correct calling range. And in the simulator, if small blind is playing correctly, they're going to push about 54% of hands. And we're going to call 35% of hands. That makes sense. They can push a little wider. They have fold equity. Not too bad, hey? I kind of nailed it. I kind of low-key nailed it here. Fun little toy game. Yay! We win! Let's continue. Continue living with me in this hypothetical world. We win! Our stack is now $2,000 and we take the small blind. Great. Amazing result. What's the value of the other stacks? Well, they have 1,000, they have 1,000, they have 1,000, they have 1,000. The other person busted, so they have $0 and they're gone. Cool. Congratulations. You have succeeded in the first part of this toy game. All right, let's run it back. Except we are in a tournament. The same amount of money is in play. In the cash game example, there's $6,000 in play. In this example, there's $6,000 in play. Except we're at a tournament final table. 6 gets 240. There's a ladder. Ladder, 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 ladder. With $2,400 up top. Still, $6,000 in play, same as the cash game. And we're in the big blind with 10 bigs. Everybody has 10 bigs. It folds to the small blind, and they go all in. Just like in the previous example. Now, let's consider the three options again. And what do you think our calling range should be? Obviously, if you're a tournament player, intuitively, you know that now ICM is in play. If we fold, we still have 900 chips. We're very healthy in the tournament. If we call and lose, we're out for $240. That would be the worst case example. And if we call and win, we double and we're up to 2,000 chips. What do you think your calling range should be here in a tournament situation? I know I'm not calling these bad hands anymore. Probably going to call much, much, much tighter. 12%? Seems pretty tight. I don't think I even call king jack. I just know intuitively, I've looked at these spots a lot. Maybe I would call sixes. I would probably call something like this. Sixes plus ace king. So in the previous cash game example, where there was no ICM, we called 33%. My guess here is 11%. And again, I ran it in the simulation. I'm a little bit tight. But in this tournament situation, you're supposed to call 18%. And that 18% range is shown here. So I'm a little tight. I'm a little bit of a nit. You can still call king jack, ace 9, ace 8. Ace 7's pretty much break even. In terms of the pairs, I got it right. It's sixes plus, king 9, and a few more suited aces. So I was a little tight. I'm a nit. What can you say? It's the same situation. But in the cash game example, we call 33% of the time. In the tournament example, we call 18% of the time. That's a big difference. And visually, you can see it here. It's a big, big difference. That's ICM. Because again, let's consider all three options in the tournament situation. We call and lose. It's brutal. We're out for $240. I'm still making this where it's in development. If we call and lose, we're out for $240. If we call and win, we have 2,000 chips, but our stack is only worth $1,484. This is the crazy part. We double up, but the stack value only goes up 50%. In the cash game example, when we doubled up, we had $2,000. In the tournament example, we only have $1,484. Let me reorganize these a little bit. Oh yeah, this is where I left off. Dude, I'm deep in the PowerPoint game. Deep in the PowerPoint game. So let's say in the situation in the tournament, we fold. We lose our 100 chips to the button. We go into the small blind. We have 900 chips. Look at the value of our stack. Although we have 900 chips, the ICM value of our stack is $942. So these are all the examples that can happen. First of all, we fold. We're still left with 900 chips. Value of the stack is $942. We call and lose, which is the worst case example. We're out of the tournament for $240. GG. Bro, I love a good PowerPoint. Does anyone else fuck with PowerPoint? I love a good PowerPoint. And then the fun example, we call and win. Yay! We have 2,000 chips. But wait, look. 2,000 chips. According to ICM, the value of our stack is only $1,484. What happened? How did we double up, but our stack only went from $1,000 to $1,484? That's the power of ICM. And look, this is the key. Everybody else is still on 1,000 chips. They made money. They made $69 each. Nice. That's why you have to call off tighter. Isn't that so bizarre? It took me so long to realize this concept. It took me so long to realize this concept. Like a really long time. Calling and winning is just not as good in tournaments. What's the situation I just got here? I don't want to go back to the start. What's up, man? My dumbass called pocket threes in the spot of the final table. Yeah. What up, Tom? What up, young Scoos? The situation, because you asked so nicely. This is the situation. 6-handed, 10 big blinds, tournament. We were just going through all the options. And we're comparing it from a tournament situation to a cash game situation. Again, in the tournament, if you fold, you're down to 900 chips. In a tournament, that's still worth $942. Call and win. Yay! You're at 2,000 chips. Your stack is only 1,484. That's so mind-blowing to me that you double up, but your stack only goes up $484. I mean, it's good. It's nice to win. Those are the three results. And this is the fundamental difference. The value of doubling up is not as good as the pain of calling and losing. From this toy game, we got some key observations. The key observations. Doubling up is less valuable in tournaments when ICM is present. Again, we can look at the result when we call and win in cash games. Every stack is worth 1,000, except us, we doubled up, so we have 2K. But in a tournament, it's not the same. We double up. Our stack is worth $1,484. These guys are worth $1,069, and then $240 off the table because that's where they got the payout from. Let's continue the toy game. Let's keep it going. Let's say we go on a tear. We go all in and we knock another player out. Our stack is now up to 3,000 chips. But because it's the tournament situation, it's only worth 1,815. These guys are making a lot of money by just sitting there. Let's go to the even more extreme example. Let's say we gather all the chips. We now have 5,500, and these guys have a couple bigs each. Look, we've done all this work, and our stack is only worth $2,322. These guys have done very, very, very well. Their stack has gone down. They have 200 chips, 150. But the value of their money has gone up. That's why I call off way tighter. There's one cool chart here. ICM poker chart. Pad's had in his recent video. This is what I'm looking for. This is a very, very cool chart if you've never seen it before. I don't know who came up with it. I know Dara had it in his book. This is a cool chart. This shows the intensity of ICM through a tournament. So when the tournament starts, notice it's not one. You're still not playing a cash game, you're playing a tournament. And as the tournament goes on, the intensity of ICM increases until it peaks here. What is this? Chat, what is this? Why is it so big here? What is going on here? It's the bubble. This is one of the biggest peaks in the tournament. It's the bubble. This is a 10,000 player tournament. Only 1,000 are going to pay. This is when it's very, very costly to bust. And as soon as the bubble breaks, boom, it drops. Notice there's still a fair amount of ICM as the tournament is in the money. And these peaks are all the pay jumps. Bing, 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 bing. And then it starts to really grow as you get to this. And this is the biggest peak in the tournament. And that's the final table bubble and the start of the final table. People think ICM is really high when you're three-handed. There's still ICM. But at that point, you've locked up a big prize. There's only a couple more ladders. The final table bubble and the start of the final table is when it's the most intense. Because that's when you're really about to get to the big prizes. It's really cool. So as a result, we can probably have 3 different takeaways. Did you vote today? I did, yeah. I went and voted for sure. Carrot, that's correct. ICM applies at the start of the tournament. If you buy into a tournament for $1,000 and then you double up, your stack's not worth 2,000. What up, Corey? How you doing, my brother? What about ICM and Spin and Goes? I don't know anything about Spin and Goes. I don't think there's any ICM. Isn't it just like winner take all? So what are the main takeaways? Again, this is a video trying to explain ICM to like a 5-year-old. We can probably break it down in 3 categories. Start with the big stack. You're the boss. You can use this magical ICM force for your advantage. Plus, you can take a hit and still be in, not lose that much money. For example, let's go back to this example. Let's go back to this example. You're the big stack. You're the boss. It folds to you in the small blind. Let's actually set this up live in the simulator. Okay, 5 players. Blinds are 5,100. Hero's going to be in the small blind with 2,000 chips. And everybody else has 1,000. As the big stack here, KMART's toy game. What can we shove here? I bet we can shove in a tournament situation. I think it's got to be like 85% of hands, right? I think maybe if you want to like fold the garbage or whatever, 80%. I'm going to say we can shove 80%. Any 2. Wow, we can shove any 2. That's the power of the big stack. They can only call 19%. We can literally jam any 2. do want to be careful. Let's say they're just gambling and they call way too wide. That kills us, right? Yeah, look, if they call too wide, then we can't punt. That's why you got to be really careful. If you're trying to ICM bully a recreational and they call it too wide, it just kills your EV. This can only be really, you can only like really big dick it against regs who know what's up. Okay, so let's take this off. How do I take this lock off? You can jam any two. Because... Uh-oh. Disaster strikes. You lose. Uh-oh. This is why... Let's say disaster strikes and you lose. Well, then next hand you won't be on the button with 1,000 chips. You would double up this guy who would take the small blind. It's still okay. You had 2,000 chips. You just lost half your chips. But you went from $1,484 to $1,069. It wasn't that devastating of a loss. It's really not that bad. $2,000 chips. Dude, I made so many PowerPoints in high school. PowerPoint was always my go-to. Let's make these a little bit bigger. Delete, delete. Actually, no, we want that. KMART making poker. Yeah. I'm personally diving in, Corey. What's going on is I'm personally diving into a lot of subjects before WSOP. I want to review a lot of subjects. And while at the same time, I'm also going to be low-key prepping my Run at Once videos. I make training videos for Run at Once. And so right now we're talking about ICM. We're going to talk about post flop deep stack, post flop short stack. And basically, I'm trying to give myself a refresher, while at the same time is like, the idea is like, I've studied these ideas with solvers and stuff. I always want to explain it like you're fucking 5 years old. These things can be really, really, really complex, but. And while I'm doing it, I'm also going to be making some PowerPoints. Boom, 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 boom. 1069. It's not that disastrous. So you have 2,000 chips in the tournament. It's worth $1,484. You go all in, you lose. Shoot. Guess what? You're still what? You lose 420 bucks or something? Obviously, you lose half your chips. It's not great. But when you have the big stack, you can use this magical force for your advantage to accumulate chips. Mad PowerPoint skills. Again, so we explained this concept of ICM. We can pretty much create 3 different game plans based on this power. If you're the big stack, you're the medium stack, and you're the short stack. There's 3 different things to think about. First of all, if you're the big stack, you are the boss. You can use this magical ICM force for your advantage. We already know that losing under ICM is devastating. That's the worst factor, is busting. So if you're the big stack, you can't bust. You have a sense of immunity. If you have the most chips in the tournament, even if disaster strikes, you're going to be still in. And that's why you can be a bit of a savage. So if you're the big stack, your mentality should be, this is your chance to accumulate chips, pressure the others, and win the whole tournament. Plus, you can take a hit. You're still in the tournament, and you don't lose that much value. And that's shown in this example. We're the big stack. We're immune to busting. Current value of our stack is $1,048. What's our push-fold range here? It's any 2. Why can we shove 7 deuce offsuit? Because big blind has to fold. He can't risk busking. And then, oh shit, disaster strikes. We lose. Guess what? We're still in the tournament with 10 big blinds, and we still have a value of $1,069. Beautiful. To illustrate this, you have 2,000 chips in our toy game. It's worth $1,484. Lose half our chips. It's bad, but it's not that bad. That's why As the big stack, you can be a bit of a gangster. Okay. Medium stack. Snug and defensive. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. What's our mentality as the medium stack? Hey, what's up, Jen? What's with bounty tournaments? Bounty tournaments add a serious little thing as well. Snug and defensive is the wrong way to say it. But if you're a medium stack, tight and aggressive. I guess think of it like a boxer. If you're a medium stack, again, under ICM, what's disaster? You bust the tournament. So you can't be playing a leg strategy when you're a medium stack. It's just you're going to be a little bit too open to pain. Let's open GTO Wizard here. Let's look at an example. Let's go MTT, ICM, final table. Let's choose an example. Cutoff raises. This is a great example. This is a great example. This is so crazy. 8, 7, 6s, 5s just gone. This is such a wild example. Look at this. Look at this shit. So what's going on here is we're at a final table. There's a 100 big blind stack. There's a 15 big blind stack. 20, 50. We're on 25 on the button. Cutoff raises. We play exclusively a 3-better fold strategy. There's no flatting as the medium stack. Because if you flat, you just won't be able to realize equity. They'll just barrel you off as they should. So when you're a medium stack, it's like you're in a really tight defensive stance. But then you do throw quick aggressive jabs. You take your best hands and you play them in a very aggressive way. Let's take this exact same spot and just put it into Chippy V. I wanted one of these. Cutoff raises. Button plays a very reasonable flatting strategy. Why does it change it in GTO Wizard? I want this. I want this example. But it just won't give it to me, hey? Jab, jab. Put the pressure on. Let's use a boxing analogy. You're a medium stack under SM. Hands up. Defensive. And then you throw your punches with purpose. I like that. I like analogies. No tournaments today. We're just deep in the lab. What up, Maxim? Doubling up is great, but busing is way, way worse. So our response... Take a tighter range and we go to war with it. So think about it like a boxer. If you're the big stack, life is good. You have a little immunity. You can't really bust the tournament. You're in there. Jab, jab, jab. You're putting the pressure on. You're trying to win pots. You're trying to open. You're trying to 3-bet. Go, 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 go. You can't get knocked out. If you're the big stack, you can't get knocked out. Now, if you're the medium stack, especially up against the bigger stack, you can get knocked out. It's defense, defense, defense. You can't die. You can't die. You can't get knocked out. The final table is this magical place where everybody can make money by just being there. So what you do is you take your weaker hands, you drop them out of the range, and you go more tight and aggressive. And this is an example of this. This GTO Wizard is a really, really, really key example. Okay, let's find it out where it's cut off open and we see a button strategy. First, we'll go to Chippy V. We'll go to 30. Everybody has 30 bigs. No, it doesn't work. I don't want this. So in GGO Wizard, when you're in Chippy V, it'll only give you symmetrical stacks. Is that correct? Let's go here. There we go. So this is with 75 players left. Yeah, this is a great example. This is what we're looking for. Do you play cash at all? Nah, I'm just a tournament player. Okay, let's take this example. This is a good example. It's pretty much at the start of the tournament. There's a little effect with ICM, but we're on the button with 25 big blinds. Cutoff raises off of 40. What would we do? Well, 3-bet. We're still playing a lot of calls. The green is calls. Still calling the pairs. We're playing 19% of hands. We're still folding a lot. But we're playing 81% of hands. Notice this. Now we're going to take this exact same example, but we're going to take it to the final table. And my theory is that we play a much tighter range and we play it way more aggressively. Shit, why did it change? I wanted to give me the same 40 cutoff, 25 button. Wow. Look at that. Look how different that is. Look at how different that is. I'm surprised there's still some calls in there, though. But you can see it tightens up dramatically. Calling, it still calls a couple combos, which kind of surprises me. But it tightens up dramatically. It drops all the pairs. It says fuck pairs. Drops a lot of the suited broadways. Very, very interesting. So medium stack. Our response is we are tight and aggressive. We can't be laggy. We can't be loose because again, what's the goal here? It's kind of like busting is the thing we want to avoid. So think about it as a boxer. We're going to create more space. We're going to be really more defensive. We're going to throw punches, but it's with more purpose. We take a tighter range and we go to war with it. And we can see that in this example here. So take a look at this example. This is at the start of a tournament. 75 players left. ICM is still in factor. It's much smaller though. Cutoff raises, and this is our strategy on the button off of 25 big blinds. We play some shoves. We play some 3-bets. We play some flats. This is a nice solid polar strategy. If you watched my previous video, that would totally make sense. But notice we fold 82% of the time. So we're playing about 20% of hands. Let's take this exact same scenario and go to the final table where we're a medium stack. It gets a lot tighter. It goes from 18% to 12%. And calling is pretty much eliminated. There's still a small fractional amount of calling. But what the solver has done here is it recognizes we're at a final table. We're a medium stack. And it's very important not to bust. Is it takes a much tighter range and it plays it more aggressively. It re-raises more and plays it with more of a purpose. And you can also see it changes the shape of the range, which we'll get to in a bit. We'll get to that in a bit. It chooses different hands. But again, this is at the start of a tournament. It's more flatting, more fucking around. At the final table, it goes tighter and it starts to prioritize some different hands. We'll talk about that. I'm kind of reviewing for myself. It's really good to go over these concepts. Get in there, click some buttons. I hope you guys learned something as well. What's the short stack strategy? Boxing analogy. You're the short stack. You're the short stack. It's a little different than the medium stack. The medium stack has the most to lose. Medium stack has the most to lose in a way. Think about it. If you're the medium stack, you do have the most to lose. The big stack can't bust. The short stack, in a way, is supposed to go out next. You're the one with the most pressure on you. And so a lot of people think when you have the most pressure on you, you call, keep pot smart. It's keep pot small. It's actually not true. It's hands up defensive. And you play with a purpose. Yes, this is it. This is how to think about it. If you're the short stack, you want to protect your life, but you low-key want to be aggressive. Let's get back into it. Think about it. If you're the short stack, you have 8 blinds, a couple more orbits, you're going to lose your fold equity. Especially if you're in a short stack situation. It's kind of, you kind of get to attack a little bit as the short stack. Because you're supposed to go out next. When you're in the short stack, you can fucking kind of get after it in a low-key way. If you bust, it's okay, it sucks. Has value. That's actually the best way I would explain it from all three. If you're the big stack, it's time to be leggy as fuck, loosey-goosey, jab, 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 try to collect chips, all gas. If you're the medium stack, you have the most to lose. You got to be ultra careful versus the big stacks. It's really painful to bust. You got to tighten up your ranges. You got to play them with more of a purpose. You want to avoid post-flop spots. But then when you're short, you do want to protect your life. You got to stay alive at the final table. But low-key, you can fucking use your stack as a weapon. But you're the shortest. You're kind of supposed to go out next. You can find amazing spots as a weapon. And chip up. Yeah. Very blocker heavy for sure. Okay, this looks good. I like this. An example of this. Let's go back to our toy game. I love the toy game. Let's say we're in the small blind with 700 chips. This guy's 1300. Gets 500. Yo, what's up, everybody? $700 more chips. This is a bad example. Let's actually get something fresh on the screen. This guy's 100 bigs. This guy's 50. This guy's 50. This guy's 50. This guy's 10. Like, this is low-key a pretty good spot to attack. If it folds to us here, we're in, let's say, the final table. What would our shoving range here be for 13 bigs? Let's play at home as well. Folds to us here. We have 13 bigs. This guy's 13, 13, 50, 50, 50, 10, 100. This guy's 20 big blinds. It's a pretty good spot to attack. Really hard for him to call. Shoving every ace. Every suited king. Every suited queen for sure. Seems about right. Shoving half your hands seems low-key correct. I'm gonna lock in my answer here. Seems really hard for them to call, you know? Oh, look at that. Come on, guys. It's like I play this game or something. Look, the shape of the range is pretty good. Look, I low-key nailed it. Some break-even combos here. Maybe I missed a few suited stuff. It's pretty good. We should have 63%. That's really, really pretty good. Spots to look for when you're the short stack. There's two spots that come to mind. One is when the big stack opens wide and he's not really in there. When the medium stack a lot of their chips. So that's the general idea. It makes sense. Like when you're short, you still want to stay alive. You need to stay alive. There's a lot of value in your stack, but you can low-key use it as a weapon with selective aggression. And the two spots you can really look for is when the chip leader opens wide. The chip leader is going to open wide, and they're not really looking to bust the short stack. You know? Like when the chip leader opens wide and you jam, very often you can pick up a lot of chips. They're not really looking to bust you. And number two is when you can pressure the medium stack and force them in a decision for most of their chips. They don't want to call off and be left with like 4 big blinds or whatever. So that's where it's different. The medium stack, you definitely have the most to lose. The short stack, you can low-key be a little bit of a savage with it. Let's look up, let's find 2 examples. Like, they have to call off very tight here. That's very, very, very tight. Good info. Thanks. Let's take 100 big blind stack. Make this guy 5 big blinds. Let's take button. Give him 100 big blinds. Raise. What hands can we shove here under ICM? So in this example, it has 100 bigs. We have 13. There's 5 here, 10 here. He's got to probably raise every button. This is where I would actually be looking to be very aggressive as the short stack. I'd be looking to be very, very, very aggressive. Like any ace, any of these broadways, any pairs, any good suited king. Anything like this. Reshove 28% maybe? That's what I would guess. What's this presentation for? I make training videos for Run It Once, so I'm kind of restudying myself and building some stuff out. Yeah, pretty close. Goes way too wide in this, but I bet you that's because it has them calling a lot. So it has button opening everything. We push 21%. It has big blind pushing. This is not right. Oh. This is right. All in. Those examples didn't come out super, super clean. Let's see if we can find something here. Let's find an insane example where like button has like 100 bigs. Yeah, you can reshove ace-x, pairs, the suitedness. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I like that. That's a pretty good presentation. I think it's a low-key pretty good presentation. 35 slides. And then the final piece of this is ICM changes the kinds, the shapes of hands we shove. Under ICM, blockers are more important. Let's find a good example of this. The only thing with GTO Wizard is it's like... let's do it with ICMizer. Let's give everybody 20 bigs here. The GTO Wizard outputs are just a little bit strange sometimes. First of all, let's just go chip EV. Loving you. What up, Dave T? ICM changes the shape of the range. Blockers do become more important. Because remember, surviving is key. Blocking their calling range matters more. Okay, let's take this example. So everybody has 20 big blinds here. Everybody has 20 big blinds. Button raises and we're in the small blind. So if this is just for chip EV, let's guess on what we're going to reshove here. We're playing for chips, no ICM. I'd shove every pair, good suited. I'd shove like ace 8 off for 20. Actually, ace 9. 20's a lot, dude. 20's a lot. I'd shove these more. Something like this. This is my answer. Pretty close. It prefers the aces a few more. We did okay here. Maybe a few more of these. I missed some of the ace X. But pretty accurate. So this is what we're shoving. And this is what Button's calling. This is a chip EV example. Okay, chip EV. So this is what we're shoving from the small blind for 20 big blinds. And then this is what Button is going to call when you're playing just for chips. Cash game scenario. Makes sense. Let's take the exact same example. And it's a tournament. We are going to shove... My guess is much more blocker heavy. We don't shove these. We shove way more ace-X. We don't shove these. And we shove way more ace-X. And I think the pairs get way worse too. My guess is something like this. These get way better. Let's run it. We are jamming. Damn, that's a really weird output. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's because pressure is just like so high. Look at this bubble factor. That's fucking crazy. Look, 2.3. Look how intense the bubble pressure is. It has a button calling jacks plus aces. That's why I can shove such a weird, bizarre range. Okay, let's lower the bubble pressure a little bit. Let's put a few more 50 big blind stacks out there. Maybe a 30 big blind stack. Ah, it's such a weird output. Look at that. That looks so weird. Again, it has button calling tens plus ace king. Let's give button 30 big blinds. Let's run it again. Yeah, that's more like it. Seems much more reasonable. Okay, let's run this again with Chippy V. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay, let's take this example. That was just a little too extreme. Cool. Button opens 30. Let's recalculate this. This is what we're jamming. And then what is the button calling? But when the same situation is a tournament, our shoving range is going to change. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I don't know if that's the best example because it's a fine output. Maybe if we put it at 15 big blinds though. Let's try it again. What up, Wall? What up, Dave T? I mean, the main concept here is we've talked about people calling off much tighter. Very often in situations that ranges 9s plus, ace queen, maybe 8s. And the general concept is that when we have pocket 2s versus this, we're kind of cooked because of the tightness of their calling range. Whereas if we have ace 5 suited, oh, there's the presence of ace queen here. Let's take off the ace queen. Ace 5 suit is 31%. Pocket 2s is cooked down to 27%. Does this eliminate the combos though? Anyway, kind of fucking around with some stuff. Okay, let's put this back to 20 big blinds. I think in this example we need some other shorter stacks. Let's put this guy with 10 bigs, and let's put one of these guys with 10 bigs. Let's try this again. Okay, button opens off a 30. We have 20. I see him in play. Shove it up. Hero can only call off very, 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 very tight. It has us shoving a lot because they're raise calling so much. Let's give me a weird input. So maybe let's go to Wizard. Let's find a nice final table example that we see in game a lot. Here we go. Low jack's gonna open very wide. They have 88 big blinds. Folds to button. Button raises. Small blind jams. Big blind folds. Let's find one where small blind has like 20 bigs. Here it is. There we go. We do a little less reshoving with this stuff. Obviously the good suited Broadway. But these are money. If we jam, big blind folds. Okay, I want this exact same situation with Chippy V. You what up, Kesha? Oh, did you hear that neck crack? Chat, isn't this against terms of service? Yeah, I'm not playing right now. Can you imagine if I just RTA'd live? Yo, I gotta take a quick little pee and we'll finish this. A couple of these weird outputs, but we'll come back. Dude, this is a great presentation. It's really solid. Yo, I'll just be back in 1 sec. We're back. All right, we just need to nail off one great example here at the end. Okay, let's go to ICMizer. Let's break it down here. Let's say button has 20 big blinds. And we have 15 in the small blind. Yeah. Let's go to normal chip EV. Button raises. We go all in. Under chip EV, in position confined calls. So hero raises 47%. Seems fine. Small blind pushes 30%. And hero calls 28%. Seems very reasonable. Let's run the same thing with ICM % EV. Yeah, if you use any of these tools while you're playing, that is definitely illegal. GTO and GG Poker does catch people. There. This is kind of the idea that we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. Here we go. We found our example. One final example. Let's play a chip EV situation here. We found it. So button opens off at 20. This is our push-in range. And this is their call-in range. How do we call it King 10 here? Doesn't this feel a little too wide? I guess so. Because they're pushing a lot. Okay, we take the exact same spot. And we go to a tournament situation. Tournament % EV. Run again. Yes, this is what I was looking for. This is now our shoving range in a tournament situation. You see how it changes? Basically, these become way more valuable. The suited kings and suited aces are key. And that's because the calling range drastically changes. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So look at the situation. So button is 20 big blinds. We're 15. Pretty intense tournament situation. There's a 10 big blind stack here, 10 big blind stack here. But ignore that. This is Chippy V. Button raises. What can we shove? We can get after it. They're raising pretty wide. We can shove really good hands. They're going to fold a lot. This is the button's calling range. Because we're shoving a lot, we're just playing for chips. It's all fun. They call off all their good hands. Makes sense. Same situation, but now it's a tournament. It's a pretty extreme tournament situation. Notice the 10 big blind stack, 10 big blind stack. Chip leader just does 50. Everybody's in striking distance. And this is the most intense part of the ICM final table. Remember, 9-handed is really intense. So button raises. What can we shove here? Well, it's a totally different answer. Notice how the suited aces and suited kings become a lot more valuable. And why is that? Because notice the button's calling range. Notice the button's calling range. The button can only raise call 10s plus ace king, ace queen suited. Everything else they have to fold. So when this is their calling range, having an ace or a king blocking it is really, really, really severe. Very, very, very important. You're basically trying to generate a fold. Plus, you want to have that 33% when called. So these become very, 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 very valuable. Very valuable. The suited stuff becomes much, 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 much worse. So not only does the shoving range change, the shape of it changes. You have to consider blocker effects and your equity when called. Shoving under ICM. So let's play around in Poker Equilab. Okay, so the one range is 10s plus ace king. What's deuces versus that? It's cooked. 29%. What's ace 5 suited versus that? It's going to be like 31% or something. Yeah, it's a little bit better. What's queen 10 suited versus that? 30%. Ace queen off versus that? 30%. King jack off. King jack off has to be cooked. 26%. Become more valuable. blockers are key. You're really trying to maximize that fold equity. Is everything. There we go. This demonstrates it really, really exactly. When the calling ranges shrink up, it's very important to have an ace or a king in our hand. Very, 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 very important. And the same concept should be shown in GTO Wizard. When let's go to a final table. Let's say button raises off at 25. Small blind James. I want small blind to have more chips. And you can see the same thing in GTO Wizard here. When the ranges get down to like 9s plus ace king, all those good cards, having the ace, having the queen, or having the ace or king block are very, very, very key. Let's try even more chips here. Button raises. Dude, these programs are so fascinating. I love these programs. Let's try this. Button opens off 20. Small blind jams. Button has to call the tight range. What if they all have 25 bigs? Yeah, it's a pretty good example. Let's look at one more example to really nail holding this concept. So final table, similar stacks, pressure situation, button raises. This is what the big blind reshoves. Loves the suited kings, loves the aces, loves the aces. And that's because the calling range is extremely tight. Whenever dealing with these really, really tight calling ranges, 9s plus, ace king, ace queen, having that blocker is really, really, really effective. Great. Summary. ICM for beginners. Doubling up is the ultimate pain. Strategies reflect this. Big stack. You're the boss. Put the pressure on. Medium stack. You're in the torture chamber. Play tighter and more. Play a tighter range and play it aggressively. Short stack. Protect your life, but look for those spots to be aggressive and chip up. Holy shit, there it is. That's all the info you could need on ICM. Look at that. Look at that presentation. Look at that. Look at that. That's some work, hey? Hey? 10 out of 10. Look at that. ICM for dummies. I think that's pretty good. What a good reminder. All right, I'm just going to stretch it out, take a little break. Then I want to get into post-flop, some post-flop play, deep stack stuff. Or do I want to do blind on blind and heads up? No, I want to get into some post flop stuff. Dude, that's pretty good. I do like passionately teaching this stuff. Stretch it out. Quick little break. Then I'm going to get into post-flop deep stack. Dude, that one's all prepped. Ready to go. It's good work. Oh, ICM for dummies. Oh, you hear that back crack? Okay, I'm gonna hit the bathroom here. I'm gonna get into the next subject. That's really good. What a document. I could teach anybody about ICM. I could teach anybody about it. What a beautiful document. Where should we go next? Let's do post flop deep stacked. That's probably the next best place to start. Dude, the $1 million game's going, hey? Should we peek in on it? The $1 million looks crazy. Oh, the Canadian election's going on as well. Who's going to win the Canadian election? It's going to be the Liberals, right? Okay, let's go deep. Let's turn off ICM. Let's go Chippy V deep. Big blind calls. Holy shit, 32,000 people are watching the $1 Million Game. That's crazy. You guys see the stream? That's crazy. 32,000 people. Who's all in this game? Alan Keating's looking like a boss. Keating, Peter, Texas Mike. Eric won his $1 million ticket, hey? Dude, it's really good for poker. Look at this stream, man. 32,000 people are watching. That's crazy. That's a lot of people watching a poker game, man. That's a lot of people watching a poker game. Dude, I hope poker takes off, man. I really hope it does. Crazy. Okay, let's talk about deep stack poker. When it comes to deep stack poker, it's more about skill. Can you get stacked once? Good stuff today. Looks like a foreign language, but solid content. What up, D-Lordy? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I just need to refresh all this stuff for me, basically, too. Okay, where should we go, chat? What subject do you guys want? Should I jump into post flop deep stack? Could talk blind on blind. 4 betting. What do I want to do? I have been looking at blind on blind. Could go blind on blind. Have you played against him? No, I've interacted with Keating a little bit though. I've interacted with Keating a tiny little bit. He's a cool guy. Very, very cool.
Have to believe.
There's one clip. What here? Keating got stacked. What happened here? 600k pot. Queens versus jacks. I do kind of want to watch this game. Is the presentation going to be available? So I'm going to do the whole thing and I'm going to make run at once videos from it. I'm glad you like it, man. I'm glad you like it, Tom. Wow, Keating's all in? Keating's all in with Queen 10 as a bluff. Into 2 players. I'm glad you enjoyed the training. Keating is a madman. Dude, he's one of the goats, man. Keating's great. I've interacted with him a bit online because he's a content creator. Look how much money's in this game. Holy shit.
Batman. Just 0. Jack's gone.
I believe you.
Peter studying his opponent. Can he get it through?
There's 600k. Look how many chips. Those are 5k chips.
Give Peter credit for thinking this long. There's the call. Unbelievable.
Cheating, I 14.
Oh my god, he called. What a call from the jacks. 2 million
Won
chips.
5 million last year in the $1 million game. Wins over $1 million.
Holy shit. That's crazy. It'd be very fun to play in games. Wow, what a hand. All right, I want to do blind on blind. We just talked to ICM. Let's talk blind on blind. Let's talk blind on blind. Actually, let's before we move on, I think to wrap up the subject of ICM, we need to practice some ICM. Let's go to GTO Wizard. I don't know, the best place to put practice ICM is ICMizer. Let's go to MTT Coach. Let's go to... That'd be a nice... This is a nice way to wrap up. Let's choose any one of these. Not a PKO. GG special, 10K. Let's go final table. Push spots, call spots. Let's start with... Start any call spots. So we're going to practice some... ICM call spots. Okay, 8 big blinds all in. We have 4.5, 30, 20. So we're kind of the short stack. We kind of need to get back into it while still protecting our life. Blinds are coming up. They shove. I'm going to call 9s. King, queen, king, queen. I call it double or up to 10. King Queen's got to be really close here. Fold King Jack for sure. Call Ace King. Only have 4.5. Maybe if I have 6 blinds, I fold, but like, there's going to be a lot of money out there. I'm going to call King Queen. I'm going to call King Jack suited. I'm calling Ace Jack suited. King Queen off. We have 4.5 blinds. Ooh. King Queen off. And King Jack suited. By the way, under the gun is pushing 22%. So even though he's shoving that, okay. With 4.5 blinds, 9s, ace jack suited's clear. That is pretty crazy. Okay, we have 5.6 blinds, shortest at the table, but the presence of some short stacks, ICM in play. He shoves 11 bigs under the gun. That's got to be pretty tight, man. To shove 11 at the final table, to risk your life. I got to imagine this is a pretty tight range. Folding ace 10, folding ace 10, folding king queen suited, and folding ace 9 suited. I believe 4 for 4. Here we go. Yeah. Hero's range. This is a key piece here. How tight Hero's range is. This is our calling range. Got it. Okay, final table. Ooh, short stacks everywhere. Pressure's very high. I'm in the big blind. We have 6.6 behind. This man shoves 10. Gotta call off very tight in this spot. Gotta call off very tight. Because if I double him up to 14, something to be said for future game, but folding ace 9 suited, folding ace 9 off. I think I gotta fold 6s here. I think I gotta fold 6s. And I gotta fold ace 10. Got a 4 for 4 fold ace. What? I am shocked. Even though he's pushing at 24%, which I don't think is truly realistic. I'm shocked we're calling ace 9 suited. We're supposed to fold ace 9 off and call everything else. I guess we're in for a big blind. There's antes. Future game if we win. Good thing I'm practicing. Him and Peter have a lot of history. They just trade $1 million pots back and forth. They really, really do. Okay, I got a lot of chips here, so I'm not at risk of anything busting. This man shoves 9 bigs in the cutoff. King Jack suited. Very, very, very close. ICM in play. I think risking 8 bigs here would kind of be shit. There's a 20 big blind stack here. I'm gonna fold King Jack suited. I'm gonna fold pocket 5s. God, am I just the biggest nit ever? I'm gonna fold ace 8 suited. I think I gotta go with ace 10 though. Ace 10's gotta be a go. These are all very close. Hey, I got it. 4 for 4. So again, he's supposed to be pushing that. People are much tighter than this in game. You got to note. People are much tighter. There we go. Got that one right. Yeah, this man jams 9. I'm the shortest stack. There's a 6 big blind stack there. I'm in for 100K. I'm short. Doubling would be very valuable. This man shoves 9 in late position. That late position range can be low-key wide. Calling ace-9 suited, calling ace-jack, calling 7s. I'm calling ace-10. It's got to be a 4 for 4 here. Yeah. Pusher range. Again, people don't shove that wide. People really don't shove that wide. Make your adjustments as such. Okay. Ooh, big time pressure on me. Wow. He jams. We're three-handed. No, ICM's a little smaller three-handed. Because most of the prizes are paid out. If I double here, I'm in the chip lead. We can easily take over. He's going to be shoving very wide here, putting the pressure on. Ace-jack suited, calling. 6s. I think I'm calling 6s. I think it's the worst pair I call. I fold 5s. Ace-10 suited, calling. I'm calling. It's got to be a 4 for 4 here, right? Yeah, 6s is close, though. Even though he's shoving any 2. Wow, he's shoving any 2. 6s is barely profitable. Ace-jack suited is barely profitable. Crazy. Okay, heads up. There's no ICM heads up. There's no ICM heads up. He jams. Queen 9. Fold. King 4 suited. I think we're calling heads up. King 3 suited. I think we're calling heads up. King 6 off. It's all very close, isn't it? I think these are bottom edge calls. Bottom edge calls. All of them. I folded Queen 9. No, I correctly called. I said these are probably all the bottoms. They were. No ICM heads up. All right. This man shoves 4 blinds. I'm the chip leader, so I got some playability. We're getting an incredible price on this pot. 2-1. 4-3 offsuit is going to be a fold. Jack 6 is a fold. 10-6 is a fold. 6-4 is a fold. Come on, get out of here. We can call a lot just because the pot odds are so good, but we're not calling those trash hands. Hey, this is rad. What up, really big dabs? Yeah, we're just doing some lab work. Just didn't feel like playing today, but I wanted to work on my game, get ready for WSOP. Okay, ICM. We have 26 blinds, so we're the big stacks. So we got some playability. This man shoves 3 blinds. I'm not really incentivized to knock this guy out. I'm really not incentivized. But we'll get in the king jack. We'll get in the ace deuce. We'll get in the ace 3. Ace 6 I want to fold. Ace 6 I want to fold. Wow, they're all a fold. Do you know why? Because I can't just like in game I would play call, but in this model you have to play push or fold. So when I push here, I got to put all the chips in, and then it's a big risk versus this guy. So that's what's going on here. That's why it's a little bit tighter, but it just doesn't have an option to call. It's a bit of a weird question for this model. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Okay, we're three-handed here. I'm short. Big boy, you know, middle stack shoves. He's under a lot of pressure, so that should be a tighter shoving range. Got king 9 suited. I'm going to fold in the small blind. I'm going to call with ace 9 as the shortest stack. Doubling up versus them is good. I got to call ace 9. He's 4 suited. I just think they're going to be a little snug here. I'm going to fold ace 4. I'm going to fold ace deuce. Oh, baby, we're heating up. Baby, we're heating up. We are heating up. Yeah, calling off with these isn't great. Okay, 14 bigs, final table. 6 is all in. There's a 5 big blind stack here. A lot of pressure on me. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. He shoves 6. I gotta be really tight here. I'm committing most of my chips. Some chips behind. Ace 9 is gonna be right on the edge. Folding. 6s. Ah, man. They can't just shove 6 bigs like crazy here. I'm gonna say this is a fold as well. I'm gonna say 5s is a fold. Ah, I just want to be a nit in this spot. This might be wrong. This might be wrong. Oh, why am I doubting myself? Nailed it. I knew we had to be tight in this spot. 7%. 7%. Okay, I have 2.4 bigs. Shit, I'm really far behind. Something to say for folding here. Sometimes they wake up with it. Sometimes they wake up with it. He's got to be really tight shoving here. Fuck, I have 2.4 blinds. I probably am not folding a pair. I'm probably not folding this. I'm not folding this. I'm not folding this. Folds ace 3 suited. Even though I have 2.4 big blinds, notice how like kind of tight it is. Still only calling 13% of hands. I guess here when you fold, there's a chance they wake up with it and you get a ladder. Doing pretty good here though. Wow, big pressure here. 4 short stacks. Big, big, big pressure. This has to be tight for him to risk it. Wow, folds to me have ace jack suited. I just don't think they're shoving wide here. I think there's. I'm going to be an absolute nit. Calling off here, I have to be tight. I'm going to fold ace jack suited. This might be like an ace king spot. I'm going to fold ace queen. Nines are so fucking close. I'm going to fold the nines. I'm going to fold the sixes. I'm such a nit in this spot. Too much of a nit. Too much of a nit. Okay, there's no way in game. This is not right. They're not shoving this in game. They're not shoving 30% here. Get real. Even though they're shoving that wide, my calling range. I thought it might be nines plus ace king here. Let's actually give him a realistic shoving range. People aren't even going to shove this here. Like, realistically, people are going to shove like this. And then my calling range is like, yeah. I thought it might be 10s plus ace king this spot. What up? What up, Cole? So I'm not going to give myself horrible points there. Okay, small blind shoves. This is a spot where a small blind can low-key be a weapon. They can shove kind of wide here. I can't call any of this shit with ICM. What? How can we call that wide? I don't understand this one. How can we call that wide? Even though they're shoving 80%. I guess like if we call and win, we ladder to top 3. 2 short stacks bubbling. This is a shocking answer. I don't get this one. This one doesn't make sense to me. It looks like a chippy view range. It literally looks like a chippy view range. I don't get that one. Okay, everybody's short except this guy, so preserving life really important. Gotta fold the ace-8. King queen suited's tough. Dude, calling and losing here is very, very, very bad. We're doubling up isn't even that great. There's somebody so far ahead. I think I gotta fold king queen suited. I gotta fold a7. I'm gonna be a nit in this spot. Ooh, king queen suited. I knew that one would be the closest. Okay, I'm the shortest three-handed here. Medium stack shoves. We're in for a lot of chips. I think this is a rare spot where I don't think we have to be super tight in this spot. Probably something like this. Calls all of them. Yeah, we don't have to be super tight in this spot. Because we're the shortest. He's shoving wide. Yeah, we're prepping for the WSOP. We're in the lab. Okay, biggest stack here. We can kind of throw our weight around. Not really incentivized to bust him with future game. But still, he pushes 3 pigs. I'm going to reshove ace 3. I'm going to reshove queen 9, ace deuce. This is 4 for 4 guaranteed. Wow. Marginal ace 3, queen 9. I guess we're not incentivized to bust him. Maybe that's the concept. Big blind would just have to fold everything. These are tough. These are tough. Okay, can't call off wide here. Everybody's very close. Pressure's very high. Got to call off very tight in this spot. Ace 9 folding. Pocket 8s though. I think pocket 8s is in there. This guy can kind of shove a lot. I think pocket 8s we're going to be dominating enough. Doubling is very valuable for future game. And yeah, I think the range is probably around 7s plus, like ace 10 plus. So, there we go. That's 7s. Oh! I said the calling range would be 7s plus ace 10 plus. Not bad. Okay, we have 5 bigs, shortest. There's a couple other short stacks. Oh, this guy's going to throw his dick around. This guy's going to throw his dick around. Still have to call tight. Keep the stack alive. Ace king call. Ace 7 suited. Considering how wide this guy is going to be here. But still, I think there's a lot of pressure on me. There's a lot of pressure. Calling 7s, calling ace jack. 4 for 4, right? Yeah. So you get pretty good intuition. You get pretty good intuition. You get pretty good intuition. This man jams. Heads up. It's gonna call off with the deuces. King 8. Right on the edge. I'm gonna say folds. Queen 9 suited's probably in there. 10-9 suited. What a cool trainer. Yeah, it is. It's a really cool program. Especially to test out your ICM brain. Okay, so she shows 5. We have 13. I mean, calling off 5 is pretty important here. He's the shortest stack. I just don't think A6 performs great in this spot with 2 hands behind, so I'm going to fold. A7 is definitely a pip better. But losing these chips. Say folding. Folding and getting in king and jack suited. This can't be right. Should fold all of them. Should fold all of them. No, A7 suited. I folded A7 suited, but for some reason I got in the king jack. Close decisions, close decisions. This man jams 12 under the big blind. Wow, short. We have to be super tight here. And he rips 12. He's a medium stack. My range here is like jacks plus ace king. Like folding. Oh, I said jacks plus ace king. There's so many hands behind. I don't even know if he has like 8s or 9s or whatever. I'm gonna get in the 10s. 10s is the only hand I get in here. Nice. It's a jacks plus like ace king. It's a little bit wider. I think it's giving you multiple hands in the same spot. Yeah, it's a really good trainer for sure. A three-handed here. I'm chip leading. Last one. He jams 14. Calling and losing's very bad, but eights is a call. Ace jack's a call. Sevens is a call, and ace 10 suited is a call. I know there's ICM, but these are all good hands. Alright, I just want to take a quick little break. I want to watch a little bit of the $1 Million Game, and then I'll get into another lesson. I don't want to restream it, but... Was there any crazy pots, chat? I just want to watch the big pots. I assume most of you guys are watching this. Crazy, Eric's in there with $1 million.
Second pair.
How can I bet into that?
Gut shot straight draw.
I don't think they'll mind if I watch. I just want to see a couple of the big hands. Steve's in position. Check calls 83K. Overbet. I don't know why you would overbet that board. Dude, this amount of money is crazy.
Snap call. Wow.
350K pot.
491K pot. Draw. Pair. The flop. Brings pot along. 2 over cards. 36K in the middle. Over pair for Texas Mike. Has jacks. Jack has queens. Keating has air
This was the big hand
of the year.
where Keating bluffed.
Peter. The end box. Keating turns the nut.
So Keating's down huge, hey?
For a spade draw for Jack. Pop takes it down. It's impossible.
You would behind like 500.
Spot for Pop. 55,000. Action flop. Top pair plus flush draw against the over pair.
Damn, this pot has to be huge. Aces versus top pair and flush draw.
You want to see one card? I don't want to take. I don't want you to leave. So just pick one. I might not show you. Can't show you that one. I can't do it. I can't. You can't take them. I'm for sure ahead. For sure ahead.
Me too. Why should I fold it before?
Can't fold.
Well, how can I? Why can't I see?
And then only the hand you can order in jacks. This spot. Because I'm blocking flush draw. See.
True story. He's got the ace of
I
diamonds.
don't want to send you home. I'll show you this one.
No. But that.
You can, don't kill the hand.
How can I fold this one then?
You don't have to. You don't have to.
There's the call.
Once.
1.3.
1.3 million pot just runs at once.
Steve looking for a king, jack, or diamond.
On the turn. I don't want to wait.
No diamond.
I do not want to wait. Who said I was asking for a diamond? I'm not asking for a diamond.
Oh, I think he has jack.
I'm good on the turn. Let's go. I don't know if I should stand up. Should I stand up? Chips. We'll get the chips.
These guys are great.
How much you got?
Go, go, go.
What? Well, how much is it?
400.
4?
400.
400 what?
Just want to see this hand.
450.
450?
Can you imagine that amount of money, man?
Is it more
Like the amount of money they're playing with.
The jack. He wants to see the run out. That's a great card.
for me? That's bad. Good for me. I know.
King no longer good for Steve. A jack
No king, no
or a
jack.
diamond.
What? How about a diamond? Diamond.
Wow.
Jack. Stack. Steve.
In the
Someone forgot to make it 2.
Did Peter hit and run again? All right, I'm going to jump into our next subject right away. Let's talk about blind on blind. You guys want a little education? Bill Black. Insert. Text. Blind on blind. Warning. This is a hard part of poker. Good news is it's hard for everybody. I talk to really good players and it's just a hard spot. Blind on blind is difficult because there's so many combos, there's so many hands. But if you can learn the basics and the fundamentals, then we're talking. Let's start at 100 big blinds. It's the start of a tournament. Let's start with 100 big blinds and work back from there. What have I entered? This isn't poker? This is poker. It's just studying poker. Studying poker. We're going to be dropping some knowledge. I have a question about a spot I've been thinking about. Sure, yeah, Money Mac. Drop the question, absolutely. Okay, folds to small blind. Well, this is great. I have already a lot of this stuff done. Okay, so we're going to talk about blind on blind. Let's start deep, and we'll work with the GTO answers, and then we'll work back from there. Could use. I have Munker Solver. I did this heads up pre-flop work. I could use this. Oh, this is heads up. This isn't blind on blind. This is very different. Okay, MTT post flop reg. So like mid late MTTs, 20 big blinds from low jack or hijack with 8-8-9-9. The blinds never fold when you raise even to 4 or 5x pre. Isn't it fair to just jam? Let's look it up. Money Mac, what's up, brother? So you never want to like open to like 4 or 5x. You never want to do that. You probably want to play min raise or fold. What do you do with 8s or 9s? Yeah, you can play open shove for sure. So let's actually look it up in a solver. I'll get back to this, but my man's asking me a question. So let's go ICM. You're pretty deep in a tournament, 25 or left. And what? You're in late position with like 20 big blinds. Let's go cutoff. And you have like 22 blinds. Yeah, so this is the range you should be min raising. You don't really want to play open shove unless you get under 20 big blinds. In some situations, like let's say you have a tough lineup, sure you could just rip it in, but you kind of have to trust your ability to play min raise and figure it out. Oh, I'm glad some people are liking it. I know the viewership was going to be pits compared to when we stream poker, but I really wanted to go through all of this. So yeah, don't 4 or 5x, just min raise 2.1 or whatever. And then trust your ability. I know it's a hard portion of the range to play, but as a poker player deep in tournaments, you can't really fear the hard spots. And you can see hijack has 14 big blinds. They start playing some open shoves. But still, the smaller pocket pairs, you don't really want to... Yeah, if you want to jam these, it's totally fine. You'll see when we get down to 10 big blinds, you jam a lot more. Ooh, 10 big blinds. Why can't I find the right one? So yeah, 10 big blinds you're playing. So that's the threshold. You know, when you're at 17 bigs, you don't really open shove very often. When you get down to like 13, 14, 15 big blinds, then you play open shove, go ahead and rip the middle pairs. Did you bet on the election today? I did. I thought Canada was maybe going to vote on the Conservatives. It doesn't look good. What is it? Canadian election? It doesn't look good, right? Polls are closed. If the East Coast went Liberal... Vegas had the Liberals as a big favorite. Liberals are leading. Yeah, if the East Coast all votes Liberal, it's going to be a wrap. It's going to be Liberal again. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna do blind on blind. I hope that answers the question. Because even the flops that hit your range are good for you, they would also crush. But if the blinds never fold, just call all the time. Why don't you get into a lot of weird post flop spots? That's okay. Like, if the blinds always call, that means they're recreational players. We're not afraid to go post flop, especially in position. I know 8s or 9s is tough if you don't hit a set. But if you're playing in games where the blinds always call, it means they're fish. We again just tighten up their range and go linear. Just playing good hands in position by nature, you're gonna crush them. Hopefully that answers some of your questions. Canadian election. Oh wow. Oh, dude, if these are blue, if these guys went conservative, conservatives have a chance. Wow. A lot of conservatives here as well. Conservatives were a big underdog. I did bet on the conservatives at like plus 450. Alberta's all going to be conservative. This is all going to be conservative. It's going to depend on BC. There's a lot of red here, but... it's close. Oh shit, there's a lot of oh, these are just getting started. I don't know. Looks like conservative could win. Bloc Québécois. I wonder what the live odds are. I did bet on it just for fun. I put $100 on the conservatives, but I got it at like plus 400. Anyway, let's talk about blind on blind. I'm glad some of you guys are enjoying this. Okay, so let's talk about blind on blind. Multi-handed, the small blind and big blind are fish. Well, that's a great thing, dude, then. Yeah, you just have to play your hand straight forward in position and you should be able to win. Okay. So blind on blind warning. This is a hard part of poker. I talked to a lot of good players and it's difficult. It's kind of like heads up. You're playing a lot of hands. It's tough. You're in there with a lot of combos and, but let's start. Let's start with some basic pre-flop ranges. So when it folds 2 in the small blind and you have 100 bigs, it's pretty much a limp strategy. You pretty much play pure limp. Now, there are exploits. I'm not saying to do this, but we start with the GTO fundamentals and then we learn from there. We need to know these answers, first of all. I don't know French. No, dude, I don't know French. And that's because when you limp the small blind, big blind low-key has to get after it. They just raise a lot. Blind. Big blind gets after it versus limp. Yo, Money Mac, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Tie for your wisdom, sir.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I was able to help you a ton, but Money Mac. Appreciate that. I meant the resub. Thank you. So when we're in the small blind, we play a pretty much a pure limp strategy. There's fractional amounts of raising here. We always walk out the bottom hands, right? We're in the small blind. We're out of position. We don't need to limp 7 deuce. We don't need to limp 5 deuce. We don't need to limp these really, really, really garbage hands. We can just walk those out. And then we play limp. That's because big blind is supposed to get after it, and then we can play a linear limp raise strategy. But this doesn't really happen. Even the best players in the world, I don't think, are going after the Jack 3 for 40%, the 10-3 for 40%, the 10-4. So in game, I would actually play a little more of a raise first in strategy. I would raise some more of these hands in game, but again, we just want to show you the answers. So let's go down to 50 big blinds. And what you'll notice is small blind starts to play more of a raise first in strategy. And what you'll see, I haven't looked this up, but I've studied this, is it plays a raise first in strategy with the really good hands. You're going to, I mean, it limps sometimes, but it mixes all of these and then it starts including these. It starts including a mix of these. And then it also starts including there's a special little C that develops on this side of the portion. And there's very specific reasons for this. But your raise first in range starts to resemble something like this. And you limp this portion and you limp the bottom. And you'll see that here. So it folds the small blind at 50. And like I said, you start to play more of a linear range. And you said this, remember the C? The C, there's a bit of a C on the suited side of the spectrum that develops, and there's very specific reasons. It's fascinating. Fuck, I love poker, man. I gotta get back in the lab like this. This shit is just gonna do infinite on my career always. So this is now 50 big blinds. We always fold the bottom. Exactly, yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. Ivangale. So because the big blind is supposed to raise so much in theory, small blind limps more and then plays a limp raise. But in reality, unless your opponent is really aggressive, that doesn't happen. So against most weaker opponents or more fish, we forego that strategy and we play more of a linear raise first in from the small blind ourselves. And what happens here is at 50 big blinds, you can see we start doing more raising ourselves. And note the specific portions of the range here. And the solver is very, very, very clever with how it picks out hands. So obviously 10s plus, these good hands, the suited broadways. You just really want to start putting money in with these good playable hands. Ace 8, Ace 9, Ace 10 is all pure. This section is all pure. But there's a very specific reason you limp these. Because if you raise King 4 suited, if you play raise first in and then get 3-bet, you have a hand that's really stuck. So it's like, it's almost too good to raise, where you can like profitably limp call it in a smaller pot. And then you start raising some bad offsuit hands as well. But notice you can't just raise garbage. You fold your garbage and then you limp the bottom of your range. This is what theory is. You never want to put in a ton of money with your worst hands. So anything like Queen 3, Jack 4, 9, 5, you're not raising these hands. You're not raising these hands. When you raise, you want to have a 7. You want to have an 8. You want to block their in position continues. And then the broadways are about half and half. Again, it's still very limp trappy. It's still very, very, very limp trappy. Let's go down to 30 blinds. We can even go down to more. Let's go to 25. So this is the strategy of 25 big blinds. You notice we see some shoves come in. And we talked about this before. The first hands that start shoving are the ace-9, the ace-8, the ace-7, and deuces, 3s, 4s. Because these hands are good, but they play bad post-flop. So it makes sense just to jam them. You wouldn't want to jam a good hand. But notice here, the C, you can see the C. So again, we stick with our strategy. We fold the bottom hands, the bottom trash hands. We limp bottom of the range. And then we start playing a raise first in with the 8s plus, the good suited broadways. But notice we limp these, right? And why is that? Again, at 25 big blinds, we don't want to raise queen 9 suited and face a shove. That would be such a waste. It's kind of a polar strategy we're developing here. We're raising good hands, which can face some heat. We're raising suited hands, which give us some playability post-flop. If we raise 10-4 suited and then get 3-bet, we can just fold. Whereas if we raise queen 8 suited and get 3-bet, it's a bit more of a tough spot. And then the offsuit hands we raise all have decent blocker quality. You know, you don't want to raise with a 3 or a deuce or whatever, because that blocks our opponent's auto folds. It loves trapping with the offsuit stuff. It loves trapping with the offsuit stuff. So that's the basic small blind strategy. Let's look at big blind. So when we're in the big blind and the small blind limps, you can see we're raising all good playable hands. It makes sense. We're in position. We want to raise all these hands. It checks back the pairs. And then we find a lot of bluffs. But what also makes sense here is we don't really raise like queen 9 off, jack 9 off. Because think about it. If our opponent limps and we raise, yeah, they'll fold their trash, but the hands that continue actually kind of dominate these hands a lot. Whereas if we raise like 10-6, 9-5, 10-4, we often get better hands to fold, gives us playability. I watched some Nick Petrangelo courses and you see a bit of an effect here. He calls this the pyramid of dog shit. On the offsuit side, this is a rare place in poker where we can raise our trash. Don't want to raise the pure trash, but you'll start to see this little pyramid develop over here. Honestly, in-game versus small blind limps, have at it. I would get at it. Let's go down to 50. So at 50 small blind limps, we start checking back our bad suited hands. Almost always. And that makes sense. We don't really want to get limp raised. So we start building our value range, all this good playable stuff in position. And then again, we're still checking back Jack 9. Think about it, Queen 9, Jack 9. Don't really want to raise it up. Getting limp raised off this hand would be annoying. We'll get a stronger range to continue. These hands kind of benefit from keeping their opponent's trash in. Where this one, we can kind of win the pyramid of dog shit. So at 50 big blinds, it gets a little more extreme. Let's keep going. To 25. And as we go down, we get down to 25 big blinds. It becomes even more extreme. We're checking back every suited hand because we don't want to get blown off our suited hand when it plays well post flop. Even queen jack suited checks back. We're raising our value range, which we're really happy to get in. And then we're raising all this garbage at a pretty big clip, honestly. You can see we start to play some shoves, deuces through fives, ace deuce, ace nine, these general ideas. So as the stacks get shorter, we continue to get more and more polar. Honestly, in most games, raising the big blind is going to do very well because small blind is not going to limp trap enough. And just going into the pot with a pre-flop betting lead in position, you're going to do very, very, very well. Okay, this is 100 big blinds. This is 12 big blinds in the small blind. Suppose in the small blind you have 12 bigs. I take these shoves with like 5-4, 8-5, these hands. I limp the bottom suited hands. I don't really want to jam them. Makes sense. And then it pretty much plays no first rate. You're either limping or jamming. Ace deuce through ace king is a jam. Notice ace king is not a trap anymore. I think it just gets called enough by hands you dominate. Offsuit kings are fantastic. They play bad post flop. You can just jam them. And then again, you fold your bottom hands and you limp the bottom hands. It all makes sense. It's very intelligent which areas, what hands it chooses. Yeah, that's the basic fundamentals. Those are the pre-flop GTO charts. Yo, Ape Styles Poker with a fat raid. What's up, brother? Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm no delay grinding. Love to write. How you doing? How you doing, love to write? Yo, what's up, Ape Styles? I hope you had a good stream. What's up, everybody? My name's KMART. Thanks for the raid. I'm not playing poker right now. 99% of the time when I'm streaming, I'm not playing poker, but before WSOP and some big online GG series, I just really wanted to dive into some lab work. So I played poker this week. I did all right on the weekend. I had a good week. It's been good, but I just want to keep refining things, getting better. So I'm just in the lab. Thanks for the raid, brother. Appreciate that. Shout out Ape Styles. From one lab to another. Was Ape Styles in the lab as well? Was Ape Styles in the lab? Ape Styles and I have done a little bit of work together. I want to do more, man. I want to learn from this guy. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're just studying blind on blind. I'm just studying blind on blind. I'll catch everybody up here quickly. Blind on blind is, it's hard. It's a hard part of poker. You might need to review this multiple times. It's tough. Anybody, even the best players, it's a little uncomfortable when you're in there with the 10-5 offsuit and stuff. Cheers, brother. Thanks for the raid, man. You had an 8-hour session. GG's, man. GG's. Let's do a study session. I've got some new material that is fire. Nice, man. Absolutely. Did you do an 8-hour study session? Or an 8-hour poker session? Cheers, man. Cheers. Appreciate the raid. If you guys want to follow my channels, that would be awesome. Dude, Ape Styles is a beast. The man is an animal. So yeah, we're just going over the GTO answers for blind on blind. So I could use review as always. It folds to you in the small blind and you're 100 bigs deep. It's the start of a turn. In GTO land, you're basically supposed to play pure limp. You're supposed to play pure limp. You fold your bottom hands. This is how it always works. He did 20 minutes studying after his last day of GG's, GG's. So you fold your bottom hands. The 9 deuce, the 8 deuce. You don't need to complete those all. Now, if you're up against a weaker opponent in the big blind, you could definitely pure limp. But you're supposed to play pure limp because big blind is supposed to get after it. This is what big blind is supposed to do. They're supposed to be savage. They're supposed to raise 10-6 half the time, 9-6 half the time. All these garbage hands. And then as the small blind, you play like a limp raise strategy. But in reality, it doesn't really work like that. So against most weak opponents or recreationals, I would play more of a linear raise first in strategy. They're going to do more calling than raising themselves. But it's nice to know these answers from the start. GG's. What WSOP events are you playing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. A lot of it. So notice though, when we do start raising, notice what hand classes start raising. They're very specific. The solver is very smart. Obviously we have our value hands. The hands we're comfortable playing, 9s plus suited broadways. And it starts choosing a very specific section of the suited side. You see this C here? I call it the medium suited hands. They're not the worst ones. You don't start raising the pure trash suited hands. Hands like 9-5 suited, 10-5 suited, you start raising. And then you start raising this section here. The offsuit hands that have a 9 or an 8. So notice, as we get shorter and shorter, and as our raise first in strategy increases, you'll notice that. And so let's go to 50 blinds, small blind. So folds to us now, we're in the small blind. Again, we just fold the bottom trash hands. 8-4 off, 9-4 off. We don't mess with these hands. Notice we play more of a raise first in strategy now. And that makes sense. Because in poker, the deeper you are, the more position matters. So when we get more shallow, we can be a little more aggressive pre-flop out of position. And again, it's the same shapes. It's our linear value hands. And it's this little C section. And why is it? Well, if we raise first in 10-4 offsuit and we get 3-bet, we can just fold. Where like Queen 7 suited, if we raise first in with Queen 7 suited and get 3-bet, we have a hand that's it's really in between. It's really in between. So that's why we play limp with like the suited kings, Queen 6 suited, Jack 7 suited. Because if we limp and they raise, we can limp call and be very happy that way. We walk out the bottom trash hands. And notice we always limp the bottom of our offsuit hands. King 2 off, King 3. Any hand with a deuce basically offsuit, we don't play raise first in. It's just a theory-based thing where we're not trying to generate a big pot with these bad offsuit hands. And when we raise 10-4, we want them to fold like 4-5 offsuit or 4-2 offsuit, right? We don't want to block our opponent's folding range. But we do start raising in these offsuit combos at a certain clip. And again, these are just the answers. If your opponent is tight, you should raise more. If they're recreational, you should limp more and play an unbalanced strategy, etc., etc. Nice money, Mac. I wish you good luck. That's awesome. As we go down, the strategy gets more polar. It gets more and more polar. This is our 25 big blind strategy in the small blind. It's where we start playing some shoves. And the main culprits come in. Like ace-3 offsuit, ace-4 offsuit, ace-6, ace-7. Deuces, 3s, 4s. These hands that can profitably shove, but they don't play great post-flop. And we start playing pretty much pure raise first in here. With the linear portion. We're raising more with Jack 8, King 8, Queen 8. Having a 7, 8, or 9 in our hand is pretty key on the offsuit side of the spectrum. Just because we want to unblock their folding range in the big blind. And then again, you see this little C develop on the suited side. We don't raise the pure trash hands on the suited side, but we raise this C, and then we limp all these hands. And the reason is, again, Queen 9 suited, I don't really want to raise off of 25 big blinds and play and you get shoved on, you know? Now we get short 12 big blinds in the small blind. The shape still remains the same, but we play basically shove or fold. Again, as always, we walk out the really trash hands. If your opponent is a potato and not very good, I wouldn't walk them out that much. But we start jamming a lot. What hands do we jam? Ace, deuce, 3, ace, king, pure. King X, obviously this card is very good when shoving. Queen, jack. And then we shove very specific suited hands, like 10-6 suited does well versus calls. We shove some suited aces. But then we limp. We don't really raise in anymore. Unless there's an ICM scenario. But yeah, that's kind of how we play from the small blind. Is this analysis the same in a bounty format? No, bounty formats are going to be very, very different. If you cover your opponent, you're going to be far more aggressive. No, this has nothing to do with bounties. Okay, let's look at it from the big blind. So small blind limps. What's our strategy? Well, at 100 bigs, we raise good hands. This makes sense. At deep stack poker, you always have a value-driven strategy. So you're raising 5s through aces pure. Any good suited hand. You really want to build a pot in position with these cards. And then you check back again. This is a note here. Queen 9, Jack 9, 10 9, Jack 10. These hands like to check. You don't want to get limp blown off these hands because they're not terrible. Plus, Jack 10 is really good when you keep dog shit in your opponent's range. But then you see this little pyramid here of bad hands that starts raising. It starts at like the king deuce. It goes up here to the Jack 7 and it comes down. And this is the one spot in poker where you can just raise pure garbage. Big blind versus small blind. Note, you don't really want to raise 6-5 all that often. It's in here a little bit. But these hands you check a little more. But like, look, 9-5 half the time, 10-4, Jack 4. And this hand benefits from just getting their hand to fold. And you play in position. And then if they limp raise, you fold this pyramid here. So as we go down to 50 big blinds, again, shorter in poker, our strategies get more polarized. They just become more defined. You can see more suited hands are checking back now. This pyramid of, again, Nick Petrangelo, I believe, calls this the pyramid of dog shit, which I think is fucking hilarious. Checking back some of the offsuit aces and then raising pretty linear here. $25 big blinds. 25 big blinds were even more polar. It's more of an equity denial game. Look, we're checking back a lot of suited hands. 25 big blinds, we don't want to raise queen 9. When we're at 100 bigs, we love raising queen 9 because we get to build a pot in position. But at 25, if they limp jam and we're folding queen 9, we hate our life. So we raise even more garbage here. Very, very, very polar. We start playing some shoves. All the bad hands besides a couple of bluffs here. All suited hands we check back. They limp, we check back. We just don't want to raise fold these suited hands pre-flop blind on blind. We start playing some shoves. We check back some of these to keep some dog shit in there. And there we go. Checking back some of the weak suited aces. And at 12 big blinds, the strategy gets even more polar. They limp, we're in the big blind off of 12 bigs. We start shoving some of these that don't play well post. We can just get them to fold. We raise a pretty tight range to a small size. We're jamming these, checking back pure suited hands. And then we get these bluffs. Cool. That's a pretty solid pre-flop strategy. I'm going to take a little pee and we're going to get into more blind and blind stuff. Let's just break. All right. Let's practice what we just learned. I think looking at this is good, but then actually putting it into practice is good. Let's go small blind strat versus big blind. Starting spot pre-flop. We'll do all these stacks with limps. Chippy V. I don't really want to play the full hand. So fold to us in the small blind. Okay, we just looked this up. Fold to us in the small blind. Ace check off versus a reg who's going to be isolated enough. I would probably limp trap. In reality, I kind of probably want to put in money with myself. Okay, we didn't cover post flop, but let's do it. I raise, he calls. This 8 is like particularly good for us. I have the ace of spades, which is quite nice. I think I want to continue betting. This board's just really good. Like he doesn't have any of the pairs, right? He's going to rejam all the pairs. So I bet he calls. Okay. Turns a king. I have an amount of equity that I want to play check. He checks back. Now I have a hand that I just want to show down, although it's gotten a little bit scary. Make the table bigger. Oh, there. Check, check. Oh, wow. I'm surprised he doesn't jam this pre-flop. So yeah. This is the shape. I noted ace jack I would limp versus a reg. In reality, I would probably raise. There's the C, there's the 8x. Why? I raise. Doesn't he just like pure shove sevens? Let's look at this. Small blind, like I raise. What is big blind's response? Wow, he just calls. That's surprising. Like I raise off at 25. I think a lot of people just shove sevens. So sevens is just like a call-in position. That's very, very, very surprising. Interesting. All right. Pulls to us off of 50. We just reviewed all this. We know we walk out these bottom hands. 8-5, it folds to us. This one probably wants to limp. It's not pure trash. Can't limp check. This board's quite good for my opponent, but I probably have a hand that wants to bet a big blind. Raise. Just tempted to click it back. I'm in a shitty mood. What a bet. Oh, you're correct. I was talking about the political. I was talking about the election. I guess I broke my own rule. Yeah, I saw that Liberals won. What do I do here versus this raise? Probably just play and flow with a call. Check, check. Check. I win. Nice. I just want to study pre-flop though. I don't want to play the full hand. We just studied pre-flop. I just want to play pre-flop only. Full hand, no, I just want to do a spot. Okay, folds to us. Ace jack is a pure jam off of 10. Folds to us. Jack 10 suited actually plays limp here versus regs. I used to jam this spot, but if we look at the strategy, just because I studied it, it's pretty much limp or fold, and like Jack 10 suited plays limp. I'm gonna start doing this. This is a weird small button raise flat. He squeezes. Not really what we're studying, but folds to us. We know we walk out the bottom hands. If our opponent is a potato, we can probably limp, but folds to us off of 50. Playing that raise first in strategy. Ace 8 you could raise sometimes, but a lot of calls. Again, I don't know why it gives us the spot. I limp, he raises, fold. 10-5. Don't really want to walk out 10-5. It's pretty close, but I think we play a limp with 10-5. Yep. Okay. Okay, folds us in small blind. We have queen 10. This is gonna mix raises. Put off a 20. A very heavy limp for sure. Yeah, it's gonna mix a raise 26% of the time. Folds us in small blind. We have 20 bigs. Pure jam. Folds to us versus regs. It likes to trap ace king off if they're raising enough. So let's go with that. It likes to off of 40. Does use ace king as a trap, but okay, folds us in the small blind. This is one of these hands that we raise in like half the time. Remember, having that 8, that 7, that 9 to play raise first in is pretty nice to block their imposition range. What was the difference? You went all in with ace 5 and only called with ace king. Oh, it was a different spot, dude. It was a different spot. Okay, folds to us. It's kind of a nice hand to play jam with, but you kind of get wrecked by their hands that call. Off of 17. Interesting. Interesting answer. Yeah, king 3, bottom hand. We just play limp, 100%. Nice. I limp jack 10. They raise really big. Not limp folding jack 10. Sixes. Start playing open shove at this stack depth. I think sixes likes to jam a lot. Deuces 3 4s likes to jam. Limp this one. It's tough spot blind on blind. I raise first in with aces. They 3-bet their polar. This is a pure slow play. King 4, we don't really, again, we don't play raise first in with that 4, that 5 very often. Ace 7. Open shoving's a lot, but it's a pretty heavy limp. There's a heavy raise as well. Okay, cool. So we got the small blind strategy pretty good. Again, let's look at the big blind strategy one more time. Why didn't you go on with aces when he raised? Because when your opponent has a polar strategy, when your opponent has either a really good hand or a shitty hand, you just slow play with aces because you're going to get the money from the good hand. And then you have their bad hands like dead and you want them to punt it off. Okay, small blind limps at 100. We have this nice linear raising strategy, checking back suited hands, raising the bad suited hands, and we have the pyramid of dog shit. At 50, it gets even more extreme. We raise linear, check back a few more suited hands. We have the queen 9, these are a little passive, and then we got the pyramid of dog shit. 25, we start playing some open shove versus small blind limp. We have the pyramid of dog shit. Check back more good suited hands. We don't want to like raise fold queen 9. Start raising these a little bit more at the shallow stack depth. And then at 12 big blinds, we play some more shoves. Very hyperpolar here. Jamming some offsuit kings. All right. So let's practice the other side of the coin now. Drill. Big big blind versus small blind limp check. No. Look at all these drills I have. New. Let's go MTT. It's pre-flop. Any. Heroes in the big blind. Let's try this. Big blind versus small blind pre-flop. I started with cash games, but now I'm just a tournament player. Okay, so we just studied this. Small blind limps at 25. This one's a pretty heavy check back when you're deeper. You actually start raising this one a little bit more when you're shallow, but it's a pretty heavy check back. 73%. Yeah, you got that. Maybe I'll just keep this here so you guys can see. Pretty key. I look at this all the time. Yeah, limp king queen suited is pretty much always going to be part of a linear strategy and position. We raise. Big blind actually chooses a bigger size here because they're more polar. Okay, small blind raises, raise first in. We didn't cover this, how we respond versus RFI, but queen 4 is just a bad hand. Okay, small blind raises, we have ace 8. Jamming is a lot at 25 effective. It's kind of the perfect hand to do it. I bet we mix some shoves and calls. I'm gonna jam. Yep. Hey, I said we mix some calls and shoves. Sure enough, yeah, I felt like ace 8's part of that category that shoves. You don't shove that much there, but that's kind of one of the hands. Okay, we're really deep here. They raise. This should be like pretty strong and linear, so I think 7-4s. We didn't really cover the... We didn't cover big blind versus RFIN. For big blinds, it's hard to deny in position. 6-4, though, is a pretty bad hand. But we're so deep. Am I supposed to call this? It's right on the line. 6-4 off, 6-5 call. He limps. We're supposed to raise this probably half the time. Let's raise it up. There we go. Check half the time, raise half the time. Seven deuce. This is a rare suited hand you can be aggressive with, but checking back suited hands. Oh, pure raises, yeah. I bet you the only hand it raises here is the 7 deuce. Look at that. Checks all the suited hands except the 7 deuce. A second, there we go. This is a great study right now. This is fantastic. Okay, he limps. I'm supposed to raise this about half the time. Queen 5 qualifies as the pyramid of dog shit. Oh no, it just misses it. You see, it's up on the left. So let's take a good look at this. It raises the deuce really actively, the 3, the 4, Queen 5. So I guess it misses this pyramid. The pyramid is here. So Jack 4, 10, 5. This Queen 5 is a little too good to raise. So I check. Still raise it sometimes. Okay, he goes really linear. What's our strategy versus the linear raise first in? We're supposed to call a lot. 3-bet pretty tight. Race first is king 4 appeal. I can't imagine I call king 4 for 4 blinds. That's right on the edge. Okay, he limps at 30. We know we're pretty polar, so Jack 7 suited is going to be a check back. 100% check back. He limps at 20. We shove ace 4 offsuit. This is just an all in. Checks back a bunch too. Interesting. I shoves ace deuce ace 3. Can't be upset shoving that. Sixes versus a limp is a pure jam. Oh, I messed it up. Sixes is so good that it prefers raising to a smaller size where it shoves deuces through 5s. This is called GTO Wizard. Okay, versus limp, we're supposed to get after it, but not really with this hand. I don't think this hand gets after it all that often. It does half the time. I feel like after doing this study, I'm going to be crazy from the big blind. Yeah, you can't use this while you play. He raises 3.5. I don't really think I fold any suited hand in position. Yeah, you don't really fold any suited hand. They shove 20 bigs. You're not supposed to call this. I mean, you're not supposed to fold this, but in game for that size. First in, I'll fold. King 6 got to be close. For 14, I probably fold. King 5, let's get after it. We get after it in these spots quite a bit. 16% of the time. Again, if this pyramid stays pretty true. He raises. We play a pretty linear 3-bet strategy. Just call here. 10 deuce, getting after it. Might as well get after it. 7-5. Yeah, this is part of a raise strategy. This is good. I needed to review that. They min-raised? The fuck? Alright, good shit, good shit, good shit. Let's talk about exploits. Again, those are the answers, but no. Most opponents are not aggressive enough pre-flop. So as a exploit, we should be more linear ourselves. So for example, this is what we're supposed to play at. This is what we're supposed to do at 100 big blinds. I would play it more like this. Even at 100 big blinds. So this is what we're supposed to do in the small blind. But when we limp small blind, our opponent isn't raising enough. So I would play a more similar strategy like this. I would just be a little more aggressive. I would just be a little more aggressive. Sweet. And now for post flop, I have a video from Seth Davies. We should just watch it. I'm downloading that.
Blind because I've been studying.
Let's do it.
Blind versus blind, a very interesting, complex subject. I got a list of questions.
Yeah, let's start chipping away at them.
Sweet.
Very complex for sure.
Let's hammer it out. Let me share my screen. So I guess the first thing I really tried to hammer down was like the pre-flop range analysis. Obviously looking at the bunker ranges here.
Okay, what are some of the notes you came up with?
So let's start over here. Basically, and you see you guys talk about this in your videos all the time. It's like the deeper we are, the more passive we play from the small blind.
Yep.
There's still a chunk of raising here. The other thing I wanted to ask you is in these bunker ranges, it has the opening size to 2.8 big blinds regardless of stack depth. Now does that that's obviously incorrect. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that today for sure. When you're if you're like over like 40 big blinds plus, you're going to be 4xing, so that's going to have a pretty big change on the ranges. Although to start with, like this 75 BB range, it looks fine. It's just raising a little too much, and it's a little too suited. So what'll happen when you're going 4x is it's still the same general shape where like suited broadways and decent suited aces or good suited aces like make up like the majority of the raises, and then you'll have like the low frequency ones that'll happen often with the opposite side is like ace 9, ace 8 off, king 9 off, queen 9 off. Those are kind of the ones, because what happens is when you 4x, you want to dominate all like as many of their offsuit continuuses, right? So like with the ace 9, ace 8, king 9, you'll see that a lot, because versus the 4x open, the IP calling range will have like the jack 8.
Back this up. This is a blind on blind session I did with Seth Davies a long time ago, and I just want to give it a listen. He drops a lot of knowledge.
Complex subject. I got a list of questions.
Yeah, let's start chipping away at them.
Sweet.
Very complex for sure.
Let's hammer it out. Let me share my screen. So I guess the first thing I really tried to hammer down was like the pre-flop range analysis. Obviously looking at the bunker ranges here.
Okay, what are some of the notes you came up with?
So let's start over here. Basically, and you see, you guys talk about this in your videos all the time. Is like the deeper we are, the more passive we play from the small blind.
Yep.
There's still a chunk of raising here. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, in these bunker ranges, it has the opening size to 2.8 big blinds regardless of stack depth. Now, does that's obviously incorrect. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that today for sure. When you're if you're like over like 40 big blinds plus, you're going to be 4xing, so that's going to have a pretty big change on the ranges. Although to start with, like this 75 BB range, it looks fine. It's just raising a little too much, and it's a little too suited. So what'll happen when you're going 4x is it's still the same general shape where like suited broadways and decent suited aces or good suited aces like make up like the majority of the raises, and then you'll have like the low frequency ones that'll happen often with the offsuit side is like ace 9, ace 8 off, king 9 off, queen 9 off. Those are kind of the ones, because what happens is when you 4x, you want to dominate all, like, as many of their offsuit continues as right. So like with the ace 9, ace 8, king 9, you'll see that a lot, because versus the 4x open, the IP calling range will have like the jack 8, 10 8, 9 8 off. That'll be that kind of shelf of offsuit.
That makes so much sense. It says when you're raised for standing from the small blind, you really want to raise the ace 8, ace 9, king 9, these hands that dominate the continues.
Continues. So that's something to keep in mind. But again, those are like, when you're deeper, the raising range is, you know, very heavily suited and not so much offsuit stuff. It's just kind of that small block.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So we're gonna 4x here. So basically, deep we do some RFIing in, but it's pretty passive overall. Obviously, walking the bottom percent of hands. And then the one major thing I notice is that as we get down to 50 and even 30, the RFI numbers really increase. I mean, 27% here for 50, and then upwards of 33% for 30.
Yeah, definitely. It just scales to being more aggressive when you're lower. And let me see, like with this bunker range.
People definitely don't do this either. Like they just play. People don't probably RFI in off the short stacks enough.
Yeah, definitely not. And that's something that is gonna work out really well in real life too, because the IP player specifically doesn't 3-bet bluff enough versus the raise, because you know it's kind of a hard one to find the bluffs. They come from like queen 4 off and
king 6 off or something.
Yeah, stuff like that. So that's generally a spot where you're going to see like value heavy 3-bet ranges. So you know you can fold the 3-bet a little bit more than the models say. But yeah, it just works out real well. You realize more equity you should, and a lot of people just fold too much too. You know.
Yeah.
Like, look at the small blind strat versus the raise, like the queen 5 off, king 3 off, king 4 off, like all that stuff is continuing.
For sure, yeah.
Small blind strat down.
So.
Yeah, so you're gonna find, and like look at these shoves too. Like you don't, like, how many times do people shove like the king 7 off on you?
Never.
Versus this raise. So that's like, just makes that a real effective play versus people.
Yeah, people don't. I mean, people are going to be folding the king 4 off, king 5, queen 5, 6 5, even like 9 3 suited, 9 4.
Definitely.
So that's something I'm gonna just I'm gonna pay attention to as we get down. So yeah, the other thing which so let's say small blind limps, big blind in position has to kind of get after it a little bit.
So it's looking like with this range, these ranges do look a little out of whack. This looks like it has a too small of a size, because what's going to happen here, so you're gonna you're gonna also go 4x versus a limp at 40 BB plus. But what's gonna happen is, with this small size it's using too much of this linear, like 10-7 suited, 10-8 suited, jack 8 suited. All that stuff's gonna just pure check back.
Yeah.
And what you're gonna start doing is use like your weakest suited hands, like 8 deuce, 7 deuce, particularly hands with a deuce, because the idea is you want to be underneath their limp folds. You know, if you look at the small blind strat, like the limp folds will be like king 3, 10 5, stuff like that. So you want to be underneath those. So yeah, that's
shelf concept.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like where you really see that come in, because you know, ranges are really wide, so it's like diversified. You really see that concept come in. But you do have kind of the right thing going with the offsuit raises with the even with the small size. It's just generally going to be this like kind of pyramid shape, you know, from king deuce off up to like 9 5 off and down. And that'll stick true at pretty much every stack size.
Yeah. Okay. So this, perhaps what's going on here is the Munker has the isolation raise is 3x, and so we're gonna go 4 probably at the deeper stack depth. So I think maybe a little bit what's going on is the size in here. So you're saying these, like, I was kind of surprised that we're isolating like queen 4, queen 5, 10 6, 9 6, 10 7. I thought these were going to be more pure checks. You're saying they are going to be pure checks, and then we're going to find some more of the bad suited bluffs.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to shift to a more polar thing, which is, more correct. Like I've tested this a bunch of times, and when when the size is restricted to too small, you just generally get like too linear of ranges like this where yeah.
So 75 big blinds, a little more polar than it shows.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is when we get off the call, I'm gonna get on my other computer and I'm gonna send you over some PO ranges with those, with the better size, so you can see exactly what I'm
Sweet.
talking about.
Well, I ran all my sims off of these, so I hope nothing's construed too much. The general concepts that I learned are probably going to hold pretty true.
Right. Yeah, they'll hold pretty true. Like the complexion of the range is generally the same, right? It's like for the most part, it's going to have this polar offsuit region.
Yeah.
Your kind of value-y suited region is just too wide. But like the same concepts will definitely hold true.
That makes sense. So let's say limp raise, and then this is our limp raise strat.
Yeah, so this is a session I did with Seth Davies a couple of years ago, but I'm just reviewing blind versus blind, and this was about blind versus blind, so good time for a little listen.
At every so what I realized is the limp raise strat is actually like not polarized at all. It's just pretty linear to good shit most of the time. Yeah. I mean, at 70, like we're not really finding, I mean, a little bit of ace 5, ace 6, king 7 or whatever perhaps, but it does seem like a pretty linear limp raise range here.
Right, you just take some low frequency like ace X off and king X off, and those are like kind of your bluffs, and that's kind of all you need, because you just don't, you just like kind of have a narrow value range, so you don't need like a ton of bluffs. It's kind of analogous to like a BB versus button range, it's a little tighter, but for the most part, like bluffs are kind of coming from similar spots and similar value.
And then down as we get closer to 50 or 30, our limp raise range is even less, because our RFI range is more. Like we just have less good stuff to find the limp raises with. Like here at 30, we're doing limp shoving with these natural hands like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen. Love the limp shoves, the small pairs. We learned this. So yeah, I mean the limp raise range here at 30 is like 2%. There's a little bit of limp shoving, but there's not a lot of limp raising non all in.
Yeah, and you got it exactly right there. It's like when you just start raising a bunch yourself, you don't really have much to like limp 3-bet small.
For sure.
And that's just how it works. That's not a sim issue or anything. That's just how that's just right.
Yeah.
You just limp shove and limp call basically.
Sweet. And then I mean, let's check out we checked out this one. Oh yeah, I guess let's check out small blind RFI. So these grids are the same, but then this is the big blind response to the grids. Obviously a lot of calling, not a ton of 3-betting. Like 75 bigs. I mean, what do you think about this one? 75 bigs, small blind RFIs, and this is our 3-bet response. Pretty tight. We're drawing some bluffs from the 9-7, the 10-8. So it is a little bit polar here, kind of bluffing a little bit more from the suited, and we still have the offsuit bluffs. People don't find these, man. The king 4, the king 3.
Yeah, so I was looking at the wrong grid when I was talking about IP folding too much, but like it's the same thing you see right here, right? Like this will be, this will be a thing that changes quite a bit when I get you some ranges with a little bigger sizes. It'll be quite a bit tighter, since 4 is so much bigger than 2.8, and you will see you'll see less of the suited bluffs. Again, just a product of more polar ranges where IP is just going to be flatting a bunch and just like basically drawing all their 3-bet bluffs from like the king 4, queen 5 type of stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, this is what I would expect to see given the model, and it's still gonna rhyme with the ideal stuff that I'll send you later. So yeah, I mean, you're on the right track, but yeah, couple tweaks will need to happen.
Gotcha. It's definitely a complex spot, because obviously you have like limp check, limp raise call, raise 3-bet, limp raise. Like the iterations of blind versus blind are plentiful for sure.
Yeah, it's a big game tree, and it's it's like studying this a lot you'll learn a lot of like key post flop concepts and what's important as you keep training it. So it's a really good thing to spend a lot of time on.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, I have been cracking it out. All right, well, so that looks pretty good. So that all looks good. So I kind of have a little bit of a base of what to go off of there. Obviously,
Yeah.
we'll have to return there many times.
Yeah, and when I get you these other ranges, you'll see more of the like offsuit ace 9, ace 8, king 9 stuff that I'm talking about. When you see, because you'll see this BB strap versus raise, when it narrows up, you'll really see the kind of offsuit stuff fall out, and you'll see this band of like offsuit 8x, where that's like always kind of the shelf, and you'll see why that,
Gotcha.
makes ace 9, ace 8 so aggressive.
Yeah, bomb those over. I'd be interested.
Yeah, well.
All right, sweet. Let's check out the. So these sims were actually were super heavy to run. Obviously,
yeah, they very deep.
Yeah, a lot of these didn't even get filled in, but I guess so this is the most common line is probably limp check, especially at the lower stakes. When people aren't going for it enough, there's a lot of limp check.
Yep, and that's a line that's like really ripe for exploits too.
Yeah, for sure. So the EVs are pretty close with limp check. Obviously, the one thing I really noted is that when you're limp checking, big blind, the ranges are really interesting. I guess let's just pull one up to get the visual. Saves, blind versus blind, limp check. Let's go. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Sweet. Yeah. So this is the thing you see. So when in position checks back, he's completely void of all the good stuff. There's no reason for him to. I mean, again, like you said, this is not probably going to be reality. We're going to probably pure check back more 9-6 suited 10-7 jack-7 or whatever. But the concept is like when small blind limps, in position is just always raising his good.
Let's go over. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I just want to go over before I see this part of the video. Deep in the lab. Deep in the lab. Deep in the lab. All right, let's go over the ranges in all these spots post flop before we dive into post flop blind on blind play. So, where is my PowerPoint? There we go. So, at 100 bigs deep, when our opponent checks back, their range is bad suited hands and then bad offsuit hands. They have some bad ace-x, they have some bad broadways, but they're missing all the good suited broadways. So their range is really devoid. Where in general, I can limp trap those from the small blind much more. So his range is all this stuff, all this stuff. When they check back at 50, again, totally capped. It's fantastic stuff. More people should watch this. Cheers. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoy. I know, like, I know streaming this, we're not going to get as many viewers, but I got to get ready for WSOP. So when small blind limps and we check back big blind's range contains this and this. We're just capped. No pairs. That's just what it looks like. Same here. When you check back up to 25, you have more suited stuff. The key concept is in limp check, small blind just has like higher cards. They just have like higher cards to trap. Dude, this is a hard part of the game tree, bro. It's a very hard part of the game tree. Let's play limp check. Practice. Drills. Big blind versus small blind. Check. Let's try this one. So small blind limps pre. We check back. Let's play. They bet a big. I'll call ace 3, not folding ace high. 10 on the turn. They bet 3.3. And we fold. Let's study. You know what? I should just put my face above. And then the table will be above. Just so we can optimize more of this space. Okay, we're just studying limp check. And I want to look at all the flops. Port flops. Small blind just plays a lot of check. But what's their highest EV? They got to have an advantage on the big boards. Out of position EV. Yeah, look. They have an advantage on ace, ace, ace. They have an advantage on check, check, check. King, king, king. Out of position advantage. We should note this because when we limp small blind and they check back, especially deep, we just have the good cards more often. So we're one big blind betting a lot. So you can see we're stabbing a lot. And then the boards that are the worst for us must be like 3 small cards. Yeah. 6-5-3, 5-3 deuce, 6-5 deuce, 5-3 deuce. That makes sense because we walk those hands out. We walk out like 4-2. We walk out those hands. So we got to check those. It's coming back to me. I haven't studied these spots in a while. Dude, we played good poker this week. If I stay in the lab, bro. Dude, I have to run and get a hoodie. It's getting a little dark. We're going to keep the stream going. Just want to keep studying this stuff. Learning. I'm just going to run and grab a hoodie and a little bit of food as it's 9:30. I'll keep the video going and I'll be right back.
Good shit. Pretty much pure at a deep stack depth. So he's completely void. So in position actually is such a boss on like boards like 3-3x. Like trip boards.
Boards where IP has the advantage are just dark check for OOP. Did you notice that? Like 3-3x.
Yes.
It's like right there. It's like, yeah. So that's an important concept for sure that people get wrong. And like, because people see, you can really crush people with this exploit. Is like people see like low paired boards and they like their brain immediately goes to like single race pots where it's like, oh, I just always bet them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people way over bet like the low paired boards, and you just shred them by raising a ton. Like on like the ace 3-3 board, if someone bets like 70% of the time, you can just crush them by raising.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, so small blind almost pure checks here because obviously small blind doesn't have like 9-4 off or like 7-2 off, where in position does. So in position has the trips advantage, and then so it's pretty much a pure check. Yeah, but I mean the boards that are good for us, but it's still a very heavy check up here, even at
And this is like before, like they're all really heavy check, based on like the range on range equities being close. But go back to that sim you just opened, the ace 4 deuce, and I want to show you something. Go to
which one did I open?
All right, you can open any of them really.
Here.
So all right, go to the browser and go to IP's response versus
Oh,
a
it's
small
lagging.
bet.
Do I have a range?
You got a
open?
million
Yeah.
trees.
I know.
That's why.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
We'll get it later.
Your
We'll get it
RAM
later.
is just tapped, but yeah. So, yeah, that should make it run faster.
I open so many when I'm in the GTO trainer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there. I had a range open. That's why.
Oh, that's why.
Okay, let's rock this.
All right. So go to so B50. Go, yeah, say they bet.
B50.
So look here. B50 is a little bigger than I usually use, but if you go to, this isn't a good example. Do you have like a open like a, let's see, something like the
like
Jack 7 deuce. Do you have the Jack 7 deuce? I thought I saw
something like that. Jack 7 deuce flush draw.
Yeah, because what you'll see is versus a small bet, you ran them with 50, but which is fine for sure. Like just simplifying to 50 each side is good, like we were talking about. But well, I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. Go to B50. Now go to the IP response, and you'll see that
Like
they
9-6
almost never, like they almost never fold a back door, right?
Yeah.
Like look at like 8-5, 8-5 with a spade never folds. 8-5 off.
8-5 off. Where we at? 8-5 off with a spade never folds. Yeah. Yes.
So this is an exploit that works out really good. See, like even look at like 5-4 with a spade.
5-4 with a spade.
Like see how sticky these backdoor flush draws are. So
that's crazy.
And this is versus half pot. So you go to like versus the min bet, the third pot.
Yeah.
You'll see like IP never folds the back door. So this is a good exploit versus people. This will happen. Like people will fold that. Obviously, like no one's that sticky. So just like limp check, just like the min bet stab OOP is a pretty good play. So yes, the sims are checking a shitload, and that's how it would be played optimally. But there really is not. You're just running into like almost nobody who fights back enough. So betting too much OOP is actually a good exploit.
That's that's the number one question I had down. So yeah, that's the one thing. I ran the sims with 50, but when you play, you usually go third. You just bet one big blind into 3, right?
Yeah, I use the 50 more so IP, where OOP I use the third pot more, mainly because of this.
Yeah.
Because it's such a good exploit. So, but I do in game I do use the B50 IP.
Yeah, so that's one of the major exploits here is limp check. If we just stab one big blind in positions range is super wide. Yeah, nobody's continuing the 6-5 with a spade.
Right.
I mean, there's some wild ones. There's some wild ones here. Even 4-3 of diamonds is getting in there a little bit. That's not happening.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean you'll even see ones where it's like king 9-9 flush draw, and say it's like king 9-9, 2 spades, 1 heart, and they're supposed to pure continue like 3-5 of hearts versus a min bet. It's crazy. It's very, very sticky.
That is wild.
And yeah, so good exploit there.
Yeah, we have that down. So just go one big blind limp check. Just go one big blind from OOP, but then we do go with that 50 from in position.
Well, yeah, for the most part, the reason I wanted you to have the 50 in there as well is because on low boards, like disconnected low boards as OOP, you don't use the small bet. So like 7-3 deuce rainbow or whatever, you're gonna start using a bigger bet, like a 50 or bigger. So that's fine, and I kind of wanted you to see that. But yeah, for the most part, for all like what is that? 80% of boards, you're just gonna use the min bet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That was one of the main exploits I figured out. Yeah, I mean, it actually, which boards are good for us and stuff. It kind of makes intuitive sense, of course. Obviously, we probably just want to be overstabbing these as well. Obviously, we're betting more on these because we have the EV advantage. But that's one of the absolute things is just stab a ton and limp check.
Yeah, like 2 high card boards. I mean, you can even dark stab and have that be a fine strategy. I mean, I would check like the real obvious stuff, just because we're exploiting here, so we're not expecting to get exploited for it. So yeah, like on the ace queen 8, I would check the obvious stuff like whatever, weak queens, 8x,
Yeah.
some like king 10 or whatever. But if I have like 5-3, I'm just betting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even
That
though the
makes sense.
blockers are bad.
And then on the reverse side of it, like on these boards, if people are over stabbing because they're like, oh, it's a paired board, you know, we can bet our opponent. We want to find the gangster raises, or at least continues to really punish them.
Yeah, particularly with raising too. What you'll see on these boards is you'll get a lot of like, they bet like they'll call fold a shitload. Like you'll really get to empty the clip and have like tons and tons of profitable river bets. Because you know they just like will have like on the 7-4-4 you'll just have a bunch of like 7x or like whatever ace high backdoors that call fold.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think I got a lot of these flop strats down, but I mean, as it develops, do a lot of the same concepts apply? I mean, just intuitively, like knowing which ranges have the good stuff and which turns are like, obviously a lot of the concepts, it's just a different spot than like a single raise pot versus big blind.
Yeah, so what you want to do here is like, yeah, the concepts are going to apply, and what you'll see on a lot of river like turn and river spots, particularly river spots, because what you'll see a lot of in limp check is like whatever, one blind goes in on the flop, or like one small bet goes on a flop from either side, and then you'll have like OOP, or I guess it doesn't matter, OOP, RIP, like turn will go check, and then one of the players will end up like betting small on the river, whatever, half pot, something. So that'll kind of be the line that plays out the most. And the thing that you really want to focus on here in your post flop play is just like how high or how low are my cards and how does that affect his bluffs, right?
Yeah.
So you'll get a bunch of stuff where it's like, say it's a board, say it's like the Jack 7 deuce board, like a turn 10 river like 5 or whatever, and OOP like blocks or something. Where so like you're gonna find a lot of really good bluff catches from IP just being your highest cards as possible, right? Like because you're gonna be unpaired a shitload. It's gonna be like no one's like almost ever going to have two pair. It's going to be like weak pair or just high card stuff. So it's like, all right, that's a spot where like on the Jack 10, 7 deuce 3, it's like, all right, I have like 10, 9. Like those are pretty high cards that are like going to play out as good bluff catchers versus like a 10, 4. It's like the 4 is pretty bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's way more complex for sure, but it's kind of simple in a way where you can just keep your head on like, all right, high cards good, low cards bad.
Gotcha.
Like bluff catching spots a lot.
Yeah. So in like limp check, like
just like whatever, one blind goes in on the flop, or like one small bet goes on a flop from either side, and then you'll have like OOP, or I guess it doesn't matter, OOP, RIP, like turn will go check, and then one of the players will end up like betting small on the river, whatever, half pot, something. So that'll kind of be the line that plays out the most. And the thing that you really want to focus on here in your post flop play is just like how high or how low are my cards and how does that affect his bluffs, right?
Yeah.
So you'll get a bunch of stuff where it's like, say it's a board, say it's like the Jack 7 deuce board, like a turn 10 river like 5 or whatever, and OOP like blocks or something. Where so like you're gonna find a lot of really good bluff catches from IP just being your highest cards as possible, right? Like because you're gonna be unpaired a shitload. It's gonna be like no one's like almost ever going to have two pair. It's going to be like weak pair or just high card stuff. So it's like, all right, that's a spot where like on the Jack 10, 7 deuce 3, it's like, all right, I have like 10, 9. Like those are pretty high cards that are like going to play out as good bluff catchers versus like a 10, 4. It's like the 4 is pretty bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's way more complex for sure, but it's kind of simple in a way where you can just keep your head on like, all right, high cards good, low cards bad.
Gotcha.
Like bluff catching spots a lot.
Yeah. So in like limp check, like let's say we're in position, you know, small blind limps, we check, and he just like finds the 3 barrel or whatever. Are people overall kind of passive in these blind and blind spots, or do people, because the ranges are so wide, do they really just find bluffs to go for it every street?
Definitely passive, definitely option A there. What happens is psychologically, and this is just a general rule of like kind of how humans play poker, but it really accentuates itself here, is that when people are up against an uncapped range, they're very scared to bluff, like to bluff a bunch, right?
Yeah.
And blind on blind limp check is kind of the ultimate, it's like the quintessential uncapped range spot, right? Because like IP can virtually have any 2 pair at any time.
Yeah.
Or like any straight or whatever. So in spots like this, like even in my games, this holds really true where, the defensive player is uncapped. The out of position, like aggressive player is generally just going to have it more often when they put a shitload of money in. So
Gotcha.
So definitely keep that in mind. So like a good counter example of this would be like, say like a 3-bet pot, say like button versus small blind 3-bet pot on like 10-4 deuce.
Button versus small blind 3-bet pot, 10-4 deuce. Yeah.
10-4 deuce, 9 deuce.
Yeah.
So like OOP very clearly like has the nuts with like ace 10 plus or
yeah.
whatever and the overpair. So that's a spot where like OOP, like your standard OOP player is like willing to, like unload the clip on you with whatever king queen or whatever bluffs where where it's very clear that like their range is capped and you have a better hand or better range. So total opposite end of the spectrum here is like where you're going to see too little bluffing.
So that's a good overall lesson in general, is that like intuitively when humans know they have the nut advantage and they're not capped, they are going to be more willing to find the blast off. But when it's reversed, they are going to often find the passive line.
Right. Or just give up, just be scared. Like you'll see when flush completes for, IP, you'll see a lot of giving up there, much more so than supposed to happen. So definitely like take a note of that, is that like, flush completing turns are really going to cool down most OOP guys. And they just won't be bluffing nearly enough.
For sure. Cool. So that's good. I mean, limp check, we know that we are going to overexploit OOP with a small stab, and then just be aware of which boards are better for which. It's tough, man. Tough spot. Let's
high cards, low cards, like make sure
high cards, low cards. Yeah.
Yeah, turns and rivers, that's the key to, playing rivers well.
Man, people probably are just not playing this spot very well.
Yeah, and it's a spot where you are going to get a lot out of just playing a bunch of hands versus a GTO trainer and focusing on those things because ranges are wide and like we're going to exploit and stuff, but still you'll kind of get a feel for like how rivers play, which is really good.
Cool. The second most popular one, I mean, that's obviously the most popular one. Limp check happens just every.
All right, let's play some limp check. Tough spot. Fantastic stuff. More people should watch this. Thanks, man. Glad you're getting some value out of it. It is 9:41. I want to play a trainer. Practice. Let's practice limp check. It's a tough spot. Blind on blind limp check. So let's go. Do I have it anywhere here? Small blind strat versus big blind, blind versus small blind pre-flop. Let's create a new one. Stack can be anything. Confirm. Starting spot custom. I want it to be everything. Okay, we won't do custom. I will go. This rotates. Alternate positions, yes. It goes versus limp. Let's try this. Blind versus blind limp check. Start drill. Did I nail it? Looks like we're Gucci. Behind the scenes, love it. What's up? All right. They limp at 30 bigs. We don't really raise queen 4 that often. It's a little bit outside the pyramid of dog shit. We play check. They check. I just don't think we're really aggressive with queen 4 offsuit here. Although this board is like pretty good for us. I'll play check. We hit a queen, which is beautiful. We gotta put some money in now. Even over betting. It'll just be 67. Yeah, he calls. And we have a pure value bet. It's got to be pot, right? Pot. How'd we do? Pre-flop. Raising sometimes. Checking back. Flop. Good. Turn, it likes to check again. And that I just don't understand. How do you check the queen? It's got to be so crazy. River as played. Checks the river. You're drunk. Okay, they limp. We're really polar in the spot. I believe queen 10 is a check back strategy. Okay, we got overcard gut shot. Versus most humans, I would bet. I would start bluffing. They check call. That card is bad. We just never have an aces played. We have to be pretty passive. I also have decent equity here. So let's check back. River 5. And I think we have a little bit of showdown. Queen high. I don't really want to bluff this hand. Flop is mostly check, but I did pretty well. King deuce, we can raise this up a bunch. Unfortunately, when it goes limp raise call, and I'm really polar, he does quite well on this texture, so I think I'm going to check back. Turn 9. What Seth was saying was really good. King deuce, again, we can get after it a bunch if we want. Pretty good flop here. Gotta mention we're c-betting. He's super capped. I bet. Turn's pretty trash. We definitely have more ace-x, but it's pretty trash for our hand. And river showdown. Would be a queen 6. It's pre-flop. It's in that pillar there. We raise. Check. What's our flop strategy? 58% check. Betting to a bigger size if we do bet. This hand checks a lot. And check river. Should raise bigger with the size when I'm polar. Limp raise call. Got to be a check back here. With a7, we turn top pair, top kicker. They bet 8 bigs. I think I'm all in. This is a perfect example of having a good hand that's also very vulnerable. And it just wants to play jam. He has jack 8. We get stacked. Okay, they limp. Playing a pretty linear strategy with the 7-5, mostly a check back. Look at flop. Top pair open-ended. We're going to start putting some money in. We're going to bet half pot on this flop. They check call. I'm still pretty happy to put money in here. I just really like my hand, right? Yeah, I just still think we're quite happy to still bet a big size. They raise. Pure calling in position. I hit the straight. I guess we just jam? Oh no, there's 4 to a straight with a 9. Check. Wow, he has it. A well played hand. He limps deep, we check. Dude, these spots are tough, man. If you these are the hardest spots in poker. They're the hardest spots in all of poker. He limps. We're raising mostly with King Jack. Checking back half the time. It's a good board for us to bet. Bet in small. He check raises. Definitely going to peel in position. Although it's a little bit scary that he just check raises like that. He's repping an ace. Kind of want to bluff this hand. I wouldn't bet 10%. I guess 10% can just fuck with him. Just river the nuts. He had the nuts. That's a funny hand. Mostly checking back with ace 5. Ace high gut shot. He bets. We play call. We can raise a lot here as an exploit. Turn second pair top kicker. Checks. I think we're like betting big size, right? I think I like betting. We're not betting small in theory. And we got a value bet. I want to raise. I want to raise. Oh my god, I totally owned myself. Versus the nut flush. It says raise is a blunder. He debated me. Okay, he limps. We're raising really polar here. Checking back queen 10. Pretty good flop with high cards. He bets. We're just going to play call. Queen's really good. They check. Gonna bet a big size. River, still really like my hand. See, it says I should check, but I really want a value bet. How do you check queen 10 here? Poker's so fascinating. I want to raise all these little dinky bets. I feel like post-flop I'm a little lost here. These spots are really post-flop, but at least we nailed the pre-flop ranges. And just nailing the pre-flop ranges is really, really, really going to help. Check back. He bets a big. Call in with king 5. King Jack raising. And then praise call. Bet a small size here on queen 7-6. I would totally bet. It has it as a check. I would totally bet that board. That's 3.5. Let's call in position. Oh, we miss. All right, GG. I think that hits my threshold of poker study. You can't do like 10 hours of poker study, but we did some good work, man. Let's check out the. All right, you can't do 10 hours of poker study, but we looked at ICM. We made that thing. Liberals with foreign government. Very interesting. and we restudied our blind on blind ranges. It's really good, man. Gotta remember how much I've put into this game. I put a lot of effort into this game. I'm actually going to stream a session tomorrow. Blind on versus blind. How's the $1 million game going? Is there any big hands? Did Peter hit and run again? Everyone's like Peter hit and run. I just want to watch a couple of the big hands. Is there any crazy pots? We saw this crazy hand. This looks like a crazy hand.
And then got a really good card
Say out loud. Everybody knows that fact.
to bluff the river all in. Peter just found an incredible, world-class call with jacks.
Look at these chips, man.
Pot brewing. Texas
Dude, those are
Mike
5K
turns
chips.
the nuts. This card might save Peter.
Look at those stacks.
Familiar sight.
That stack's worth 2.2 million.
Flush draw comes in. An 8 makes it straight. 355 in the middle.
350.
Texas Mike is going to pot it.
You don't get shortchanged. Pros? You get through both.
Looks like people are so pissed at Peter.
Yeah, round one goes.
Who's
Peter. And Peter puts him to the test. 110,000 to call.
Eric satellited into this game.
With another card to come, and therefore another betting round. Gets it through. Jack and Peter have a big rivalry.
154.
There's the call.
Once.
We saw this hand.
Only 73.
I'll just play short. I'll play short. Don't beat me. Well, everything's in place.
Peter's up 1.3 million. Keating's down a mill ball.
That's good.
This is the Hustler live stream.
Peter up 1.33. Pav up over 300K. So is Jack. Texas Mike. Every $1 million pot. Qualify. Winner.
Yeah. I wasn't cool enough to be part of it. Not. It'll be hush. It's in a different challenge. This is a very, at the moment you're winning.
At the end of the game, all it will be. Don't worry.
Well,
Don't worry.
can I make a request?
They raised to 56,000.
Texas Mike opened with kings. Keating called with ace-10 offsuit. Jack put in the.
Who's this
suited
Pav guy?
Suited.
Screaming Steve. 150.
Pav is gonna 4-bet the 7-5 of clubs. Eric?
Wow, look at this. 4-bet, 7-5 clubs, 150K.
I mean, we were just talking about it. I'm all in.
Texas Mike is all in
Wouldn't it be fun?
for over $1 million.
Mike just rips it.
Profit
How much you
here
think? Oops.
without having to see a flop.
950. I really wish I didn't have it.
Wins almost $250,000 without. We're about to find out.
Players that you might target? Yeah, I thought I'd come here and give you my game plan, so in case everybody's good. What?
Player.
Although it could be like you could be out of an hour.
Jack. Checks it over. Peter checks back. Save some beer.
Yeah.
63
check.
In the middle. This will go check, check. Or not. Very good value bet. I did not see coming.
How much is it?
The old dog, E-Dog, stack. And he gets paid.
Nice, get some value with the queens.
Call looking for a brick that gives Pav, checks it where flush comes in.
The vibe's weird on this game right now. Or am I tripping? Is it not a bit of a weird vibe in the game? I don't know. It doesn't look like they're having fun. Maybe it's too high stakes for them.
Have been. Does not exist. It does.
So bad in this too.
4K. Good. Probably wondering
They feel
how
stressed.
I meant
read his hand is what?
in my hand. You win. What happened?
Now what?
What's going on here? Ace high, call.
What?
Yeah, if I.
Pav misread his hand is what?
in my hand. You win. What happened? I thought I had tens. You win. Oh, I misread that.
Wow, he misread his hand in a 170K pot. What is going on?
Bet the flop and check that turn card. He thought he had pocket tens. And it makes sense why
Card twice.
he would snap call the river.
The same card twice.
That was crazy. He misread his hand
For a couple rounds, huh? We know you're rich.
for so much money.
Up here.
I don't.
E-Dog.
Always getting.
Wait.
Tank.
Folded. It doesn't matter. He left.
Big game. All you have to do to qualify is take a seat in a ring game and play. YouTube channel. After Pav opens the 4K.
That's not a bubble for me. Like, I'm not betting on the fantasy. So I'm like,
Creative
I bubble.
stop and go line here.
He looks like such a baller.
That was the
Three. Check.
I thought they had plaques. Oh, but you can open
Ace King. Peter
the big box and see the big action.
with the hand. Jack.
That is Jack.
You're too good to take. Beautiful poker there.
Eric always has queens.
Are you being serious? I don't know if he's first on the list, but when I walked back up here 2 minutes ago, he was being interviewed. And I told him seat 1 was open. And he just played it off and kept being interviewed.
10 or spade.
Look at these pots, man. It just blows my mind how much money's in this poker game.
Keating gives up.
Oh, look at the speed.
You might be a little bit surprised to see Eric Lindgren bet that hand on the turn into the field and then called. Being sticky worked out great. He's not gone.
Check. That river's the tournaments. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, we're Daniel Pearl's guy.
I suited.
Queen of Hearts rivers.
At this point of the game, Peter's up $1 million. Keating's down 900K. Steve is down 900K.
Cumulative winnings brought to you by Triton.
There's only 7 players.
No, it's a good call.
Up.
Check.
295, couple diamonds.
It just, God. Oh, yeah.
Pretty excited.
A good hand or bluffing? So what is he supposed to say?
What should I do? Just fold?
Me?
Big pot here. Ace king, ace king.
I mean, as played, if Jack checks and he...
Oh, they got Tuckman in the
I mean,
booth.
Texas Mike has got to think he's got the best hand here, right?
No, he doesn't love the jack peeling off. A bet here would only be targeting ace queen. Yeah, I like this check
Why
back.
are you not bluffing on late?
Unbelievable. Yeah, the jack was kind of a scary. I was valuable.
Here's where it gets interesting. On the turn, you have to think. Check.
Turns a 7-deuce over proudly. With the Doyle brothers.
How did these guys have so much money?
Memorable hand. Big one. Jacks, that's fitting. He might be
Big hands here.
Texas Mike.
How much did he make it?
Ace king, ace king.
Depends what
320.
This game's deep.
Make it 320. Might this get
You got it. You
Jack to lay down the jacks? Wouldn't blame him at all.
Mike, that's your fold.
No, he's in the middle of a hand.
That's good. That's good. Me too.
How much you have
I'm a
behind?
good hand.
After the 320?
Yeah.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Steve's got him covered.
1.227.
No skill falling.
Texas Mike sends it in.
Wow.
Ace king lays down ace king. He just
He
folds.
does. Pure aggression in the 7 seat.
You're trying to remind him how much he had left.
That's a great result. When you shove ace king, you get ace king to fold.
I mean, sometimes these. I'm not even trolling here.
Both players up in their range, given
They both have a big hand here.
how they play.
I mean, button, small blind dynamic.
Yeah, Keating's likely going to lose a big one here. Looking for a jack on the river. It's an 8 instead. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go check, even as aggressive as these guys are.
I got it.
You don't got it.
My God, look at him. He's
The look of a man.
Look at Keating's face.
He's just cooler.
Look at Keating's face. I think he thought anything better than ace jack is betting.
Pot was pretty big. You finally get unstuck, you get coolered. Poker can be like that.
I mean, 80% with, you know. You can see Jack shaking it, and Keating's going to pay him off.
Keating pays off the 8s here.
And Keating's going to pay him off. You can see Jack shaking his head. It's one of those, doesn't make a ton of sense until you see it. Mike, Eric down a smidge.
How did Keating get unstuck? He must have won a big pot. Texas Mike is up. Steve.
Yeah. The third.
Like waiting. Eric down 43,000.
I didn't mean to call you.
Fun place to
15 in. You to get there. Wow. No,
that.
Interesting.
Steve's bluffing.
Maybe. No good though, huh? Didn't have a spade. 88 didn't have a spade.
Huge spot for Lindgren. He makes the call. What a call from E-Dog. And he shows him just a pair of queens. Second pair. Lindgren, a master of the top.
Oh. 10.
Dude, it's a really fun game.
Check.
What up, B Scratch?
Fold.
That's the Hustler Casino game. Okay, I'm going to take a quick little look at the schedule. Great study today. Good shit. I'm ready to play tomorrow. Really happy to review all that stuff. Got on a little stream. Let's quickly put together a schedule for tomorrow, and then we'll go to bed. We'll play the evening schedule. Tomorrow on GG Poker. Make sure I close down all the programs before I open this up. Okay, tomorrow, I don't want to play midday, but I want to start. Tomorrow's Tuesday. This is the schedule I had for last Tuesday. Okay, GG Masters Classic. Late reg at 150. Daily main event. Late reg at 210. 150 Classic. Ooh, 1205. Tuesday Classic. I like that tournament. GG Masters 350. Could play the Global Mysteries. Wednesday 2 for this. May 19th. I probably will. May 19th. I got 2 tickets for this. Yeah, we'll definitely play the 525 tomorrow. $12.30 grand. We'll skip that. GG Masters 350. 50 stack at 410. 250 Mega, definitely gonna play that. Lucky Sevens, 54 Encore. 55 Global, it's May 12th. I can't play on May 12th. Definitely play this though. Bounty Encore Turbo. So many good tournaments tomorrow. 305 Daily Heater. 406 Super 6. 415. I don't like that tournament. Take it out. The 403 Closer. I'm not playing this Sunday either, so no satellites. $250,605. That's the schedule tomorrow. That's the schedule tomorrow. With a 500 at the start. Okay, I'm streaming tomorrow, guys. I hope some of you got some knowledge from the session. Tomorrow's a nice clean evening schedule. Chill stream. We start like 1:30 tomorrow. Make sure I get outside, get some sunshine. Yeah, it'll be a nice session tomorrow. Okay, that's it for me. I'm going to eat some food, go to bed. Big poker session tomorrow. We're all labbed up. I feel good about it. GG's, thank you very much. How much do you bet on the Clippers? Don't the Clippers play? When do the Clippers play? I've just been betting $500 a game on the Clippers. Just for fun. Yo, what up, KMART? Okay, that's it for me. Fun little lab stream. GG's, everybody. Have a good night. I'm going to raid somebody. Back tomorrow with poker.